Hello, hello, voice mod. Here I am playing with voice mod again. Hi. How do good? Actually, I'm feeling not.
Cannot understand.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, subtitles. All right. Okay, open subtitle. It's time. The bass is so slappy, isn't it? It's so good. Oh, hello Pinky. Hi Brian. Hope you are doing good. Welcome in. Can't wait to play Pokemon Scarlet again. It's been a while. And now I decided to do it. I want to do it. I want to go see. Oh, before I go to the Great Crater of Paldea, I think I forgot to do. I forgot to fight Cassiopeia. Yeah, there's still Cassiopeia that I need to fight. I still try shaking head awake, but good. Honestly, I didn't sleep too well. I don't know why I keep waking up last night. Yes! I'm just enjoying the baseline, honestly, it's so good. Also, I realized something. You fucking love Cassiopeia? Oh! I didn't know anything about Cassiopeia. Oh yeah, with VC Phase, I've tried the maximum everything. Now, apparently I can wink? How do I? There it is. Fun. Now I can wink. Now I can do like. Oh. I cannot wink anymore. It's so. Look, my camera not that good. All right. Hi, Lex. Welcome to my voice mod shenanigans again. I'm just doing this like from time to time, just having fun with with heckin' voice mod. It's a spooder. It's a spooder. Must hug. But then again, in real life, I might not be able to hug a real spider because I'm absolutely terrified. How you doing, Legs? Welcome. Just need to be gentle. I mean, I guess, yeah. Definitely don't want to squish the spider. Just squish the spider accidentally. That would be bad. Even though I'm scared, but it doesn't. I'm okay. How is the you? The me is trying to wake up properly because I didn't sleep well last night. Otherwise, good. I did have a bunch of coffee this morning. So, yeah. If a spider was sentient and friendly, I would hug. Yeah. Especially jumping spooders, they're so adorbs. Well, the thing is that there's a game called... Oh, it's like my third stream game. The game is called Kill It With Fire. I know. With legs here, it's a not so good game towards spider. Yeah. But like that game scared the shit out of me because the jumping spooder just jumps to my face like. Like those fuzzy spiders, but the skinny ones creep me out too much. Oh, is it like the what do you call that? Daddy long legs? They are good. They're gonna eat pests, but my monkey brain no like. Daddy long legs is gonna be the bait of my existence. It feels like. If I see one, I'll actually just shit my pants. It's too scary. I haven't fought Cassiopeia. I want to... Let me open up Pokemon Scarlet. Also, I was listening to... I've been listening to... Which one? No, not Wild Battle. Nemona Champion theme. Here it is. I've been listening to this one. It's so... it's such a jam. orb weavers. I'm curious, but at the same time, I'm very afraid to search it out. This one has a neck. Looks pretty creepy and weird. I kinda love it. Oh. Can slowly type again and all. Stream woke me out from dream. Oh. That's... Is that nice? They're huge and pretty, but they're just too long for me to be comfortable around them. Okay, now I'm gonna muster up all my courage. I'm gonna muster up all my courage to search orb weavers. Oh. Oh, chunky. Oh wait, no, that's not you. I'm sorry, I'm having goosebumps already. oh god. Dude, I don't know. Maybe? Oh, I didn't say gimme. I should try on the stream? Sure. Oh, it's a pretty actually. Imagining a tiny giraffe with 8 legs? Oh god. Okay, I'm gonna hide myself first. And you guys will be seeing infinite me, or actually seeing switch screens for a little bit. Or can I just... Oh wait, I think I can just... let me try something. Oh, I think I can! Good. Display capture? No. Window capture? Maybe? Just maybe? Can I do it? It's gonna block everything, so I'm gonna throw it down here. Ooh! Wait, I'll drink afterwards. Here? How big is this? Uh-oh. Oh, it's non-existent! Because I forgot to hook it.
Yep.
Ah, there it is. Actually gonna write that down in case I decide to draw it at some point. Ooh!
Yep.
Hi, McLarge. Welcome to my voice mod shenanigans again. I'm trying to get it to work.
Yep. Ooh, shiny.
Shiny!
Yep.
This should do, right?
Yep.
Transform, fit to screen. There, and then make it smaller a little bit. Oh, sorry. Where did it go? I'm gonna cry. What is this? Fit to screen. Okay. And then open up. And then... I mean, yeah, that's Orb Weaver. You can see it, right? Look at that. Oh my god, why are you holding it like that? Golden Orb Weaver spiders spotted in Queensland will make your skin crawl. Yeah, my skin's crawling. Yeah, those are Orb Weavers. I mean... Yeah, very scary. So pretty. In a way, yeah, in a way they are pretty good. I know I'm blocking a lot of them as well. But like, you can kind of see it, right? But why? Oh, you mean the voice mod thing? I don't know, just want to have fun a little bit. Always happy to see them around. The webs are strong, but they are made of material that isn't sticky. Oh, that's weird. Peacock spiders? Oh yeah, I should moisturize. My friend Gas is why I got over my fear of spiders too much. Oh. If you're into one, you can back out and it won't come apart on you. Oh. Yeah, I pre-disabled the pee pee poo poo mic for now. I know it's gonna break because I didn't fix it. Okay, peacock spiders, huh? Oh, you're right. And then they are so small, it's kind of adorable. They even have plushies. Am I blocking it too much? They even have plushies, look at that. Wow, wowee. This is such a weird layout. You love this? Me too. Pretty adorable. But yeah, normally, look at this. I mean, this one looks not bad. Like, in all honestly speaking, I don't think I can approach this still. That's kinda cute. Like, I don't think I can approach these, but at least they are not as scary as them daddy long legs, huh? They're actually beautiful. Look at that. It's just always disappointing when they build them somewhere where web will be destroyed because they have no clue about what humans do certain places. Oh yeah, Jumping Spooder. Very cute Spooder. They have strands connecting to light poles and tree branches with the actual net piece just above a road where bugs will randomly fly into it. Ooh. How they follow you with the jumping spooder? So peacock spider is a kind of jumping spooder. Cute? Okay then. I'm not gonna search for cute. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. Oh, that's jumping spooder? I don't know. I think it's the 4 eyes that kind of creeps me out a little bit. Like, just a little bit. Whoa. Detail. They track you if you get close to one and move side to side. They'll turn to look at you. Oh. Yeah, that's a big eyes, not gonna lie. So jumping spooters will follow us, or is it peacock spiders? Eldritch. The spooters feels us as eldritch guards. I mean, to be fair, they can easily squish, so probably, probably. Is there a way to search for like jumping spooder for following me? Jumping spooder following me? Oh my god, look at that head tilt. They can head tilt? Oh, oops. They can head tilt? Okay, this is kinda cute. This is kinda cute, not gonna lie. Okay. Look out the Taillis whip scorpion? Oh, scorpion? Supposed to have 8 legs? Instead of a stinger, it's grabby hands? Oh. The main 2 eyes on the jumping spooder are like the main focus points, and the side ones are used mostly to detect motion. Oh. So like a support then. But humans have fingers, and we have 10 of them. They also have no concept of us being life forms, or maybe they do. Probably. Just probably. And then at the end of these long, spindly limbs, and we can manipulate objects as we desire. Like, weirdo tentacles. Oh shit, if you look at it that way. Hi, Turquoise. Welcome. And welcome to my voice mod shenanigans. I need to clarify this. I'm playing with voice mod today. Think about animals. Who the hell has fingers? Monkey. Monkey has fingers. Oh, I should probably put a trigger warning then, because people have a fear. I don't know who has arachnophobia. If they do, I'm sorry. I should probably stop this then. Humans, what? Yeah, almost nothing but apes. True, true.
Yep.
Oh, that was a little bit educational.
Emotional damage.
There's a huge delay on that one. I saw that beforehand. Haha. Knowledge is power? True enough, yeah. Agree. Okay, let me close this. What else do I need to close? I don't think there's much I can close anymore. Yeah, this should be good. I mean, I'm not using a lot of things. I'm playing Switch, so should be fine. Oh, I should probably add a bit of an audio. Oh, speaking of that, there's one little thing. Remember, Breen told me to do exercise afterwards. Yeah, I totally forgot about it. I refunded the points. Don't drown me. Okay, I'm gonna drink. Compensate. Okay. Fine. I will, what's the word? Is the word oblige? Nah, I'll just do it. Someone's calling me.
Yep. Yep.
I'm back. Did you guys hear my...
Yep.
You guys did, right? My ringtone?
Yep.
You guys heard nothing. Yep. Yipping up a storm, I see, without me, hmm?
Yep.
What? A bunch of you. Hmm. Did you hear anything? I'm sure.
Ooh, shiny.
Yep.
This was coming, now you're hydrated in Advance Plus? Sure.
Yep.
Alright, oh, you guys yip up a storm. I'm gonna do a workout here, alright?
Yep.
You guys yipping and farting?
Yep.
Maybe that's the true cobalt behavior. Ah, god damn it!
Yep. Yep.
Ooh, shiny.
I'm gonna go close the gate. Be right back.
Yep.
guess they're done with the construction thing. I'm back. Yeah. What are you guys doing? You bullies. I came back to this. Construction site going? It's going okay. A little slow.
Why you bullying me?
I'm the one that's getting bullied. These days, I mean, probably because it's recently Hari Raya, which is like a big holiday. So maybe that's why it's a little bit slow. I can understand that a little bit. Peace on the cheeks. What is going on? It's safe, huh? What is that link? Did you send a link? Oh, you did. How to feel happiness? Didn't cut cords or something? Well, they broke the water storage. The 水当机, yeah. What do you call the 当机? I don't know what to call the 当机. You know, like a big water tank? Water tank. They broke the pipelines for it and were trying to do like some very basic fix. Like fucking shit, man. They destroyed the pipelines. It's like, what the fuck? I just need to do workout. I haven't forgot about it. Everyone dehydrating now? We have we have like a very makeshift fix to the pipes, so it doesn't leak. And by we, I mean Dad. Dad knows those kind of stuff, not me. That Berber happiness? I'll watch it afterwards. Let me do workout first. Points to spare? Fair. How makeshift? Honestly, I have no idea, but it's fixed. Temporarily. Alright, let me do it real quick. I'm here still. Just gonna get some spares. Duct tape? Probably gonna go take a look afterwards. Here I go. Here I go. Ooh. I'm already tired. Right, let's do it. Look at me staring. I'm staring straight into your eyes, into your soul. The soulless eyes looking at you. That's right. Gonna give me all your shinies now? Kinda scary. Alright, here we go. Uh-oh. I'm still gonna do it anyway. What am I looking at? Okay. Oh. Whoa.
All the shinies, yes.
All the shinies. Oh my god. The shinies acquired. Oh my god. Okay, I'm back. Oh. Shinies acquired. I am now very happy.
Oh.
Oh. That sounds about right. Oh dude, my eyes behave in a weird way just now. Look at that. If I look at a weird angle. Not when the bucket... Bored makes you happy? Yeah, let's look at it. I try. Oh, Brian tries, yeah. Brian's very good burb. Oh, okay. Wait. Need to catch my breath. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, McNash's burb as well. So it's Malicious Magpie and Essie. Wait, it doesn't work? Oh god. Oh yeah, you guys gonna look at it. Wah. Oh. I don't know what it's saying, but I love you. Are those kissing noises? Are those kissing noises? Oh my god. Okay. Look at the borb though. Oh my god. The borb. Alright. The borb. Many good burbos. Very talkative. Gives you kisses. Who's a good baby? Gives you a big moi and then says thank you baby. Also says oh my goodness. Oh my god. Very adorable though. Taiko no Tatsujin. I streamed it last night. I played until 9 PM almost. And I was struggling to get the calibration done, but in the end I just decided to make it silent. And it works. When the calibration doesn't work. That game is so hard. Yeah, but I love the drum. You missed it? It's okay. There's like a kind of VOD that dedicated of me doing Taiko, because OBS definitely did not crash just now. Oh, last night. I promise I'm okay. Okay, let me close this real quick. And here comes... Oh yeah, I probably need to fix this real quick. Just a little bit. Aver Media 125 ms. There. Controller? Oh, there it is. Probably no... Oh, I forgot to say legs. Thank you for all the shinies. Forgot to say that, but thank you. A big appreciate. Interested in knowing thoughts of some animals? It's kind of interesting how they work, don't they? Oh, I'm gonna put myself a little bit to the left. Just a little bit more like this. Hopefully I'm not blocking too much. I'm gonna put myself down a little bit more. Yeah. There, hopefully I'm not blocking too much. The wink is a little bit scary. I am disabling it. Sometimes when I doesn't behave the way they do. Slide to the left. Slide to the right. There it is. Pokemon. What? Wait, I can just spin like that? Whoa. Eee. Yeah. Why spin the other way? I can spin for how long I want. However long I want. I play Osu. I'm playing Osu. Come on. Play Osu. Yeah, that's right. Play Osu. Super speed. Eat shit. Let's go. You want beat me? You think you can beat me? Huh? You think you can beat me? No way. I'm gonna spin faster, you little shit. Has been in the game since Gen 7? Oh shit, I didn't know. And then suddenly, probably. What do you call a trainer with a gambling problem? Poker man? I'm gonna cry. I will now proceed to cry. Look at Koraidon! Koraidon. Everyone look, it's Koraidon. Oh my god, it's Koraidon. Streamlabs is not subbed. That's why. Maybe I should. Should I? Hee hee. Will I do it? My job is done. Look at that. A game where I can not care about latency. Koraidon is extremely OP or something, may hurt? Oh, good. I need it. But I can't even use Koraidon to fight. Cassiopeia is here. Cassiopeia, come on, it's nighttime. Don't you want to fight me? Can Koraidon spin? Oh, Koraidon can spin! Koraidon can spin! Is it not nighttime? Is this not nighttime to you, game? Oh wait, I see it. That's the tail. Oh. What do you call a boring Pokemon trainer? A hacker man? Hacker man. Am I not supposed to be here? Didn't they say nighttime or morning? Shit, I don't remember. Oh my god, it's Noibad! No, what do you mean I can use my camera? But there's Noibad! Look at that inside. Oh my god. What do you call a trainer with a lot of storage on their clothes? Pocket man? Guys. Why? I mean, I don't know why, but still. Why? Where's Cassiopeia? Where's Cassiopeia? What if I like... Oh shit, not this. Come to the academy in the dark of night for a battle against Cassiopeia in the schoolyard. Is this not dark enough for you, little shit? Is this not dark enough for you? It looks dark enough to me. Come on, Cassiopeia. It's my reason for being. Oh my god. What do you call a trainer who is also an electrician? Socket man. Ah, ah. Oh wait, I'm gonna fly there. Fly here. Yes. Hopefully this doesn't break it. Oh, that was fast. Thanks, bird. I guess this is just not dark enough. Do I have to like go out and then go in again? Sometimes you switch set to 1:02 p.m. But it's not real time, isn't it? This game is their own time system. Like right now, it's like nighttime. Maybe if I go to a Poke Center and then come back. Not like this game, you little shit. God damn it. I'm just trying to fight Cassiopeia. Well, what's wrong with that, huh? Fly there? I mean, that's a Poke Center here. Yo. What do you call a trainer who is also an astronaut? Rocket Man? Rocket Man? Oh, how about Astro Boy? A trainer who's an astronaut, Astro Boy. Why? You know Astro Boy? The cartoon? Oh, is Astro Boy anime? I think Astro Boy is anime. What do you call a trainer who is also a jeweler? Locket Man. I thought you were talking about Cassiopeia the band. Don't know. Oh, oops. Astro Boy is classic anime. Oh, okay. Cassiopeia the band. I don't know about Cassiopeia the band. I know about Cassiopeia, the one that I need to fight in this game. Alright. It is as dark as it gets. Dog. 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 Che. Lamb. Tree. Sorry, my brain shut down really hard. If that doesn't run your real clock, how does it change the daytime? It has their own time system. So it progresses through the time on their own. Maybe schoolyard? Maybe schoolyard. Oh, they did say schoolyard, didn't they? Oh! It's going through all the locations that seem fitting for battle. They did say schoolyard. Here, let me talk to you. Oh, actually no, shut up. I'm gonna go to the schoolyard. School? This is how you know that I have not slept well last night. Schoolyard, there it is. Maybe, hopefully. Oh, there it is, finally. Hey, oh hey, it's Penny. What the fuck? Cassiopeia is Penny? What do you call a trainer who is also a arborist? I don't know what arborist is. Logit man? What do you call a trainer who is also a bird trainer? Hawkit man. Hey, Hawkit man. You knew it, Penny? Oh shit. Hi, Penny. Thanks for coming. Uh-huh. How are you even hiding with that? This must be quite a shock for you. The big boss, Cassiopeia, they were both me all along. When I saw you make quick work with those Team Star lackeys outside school that time, the idea for Operation Starforce suddenly came to me. My skills let me get hold of it as much LP as I want, so I decided to use that to tempt you into helping me out. I don't care about LP, I just want to progress through the story, Penny. Oh, Cassiopeia. After the operation started, I kept an eye on you as a member of the supply unit. And I had you battle the bosses on my behalf. All for the goal of defeating me and putting an end to Team Star once and for all. But still, there's a part of me that wants Team Star to live on. I can't just roll over and let you win without putting up a fight. This is the final showdown. Are you ready? Yeah. Thanks. Hey Clive. Sorry to keep you. The letter of apology missed time had me, preparation took longer than expected. That voice, are you Clive? Penny, so we'll see you after... is that you, Cassiopeia? In the flesh, I have a task for you, Clive, if you accept it. I want you to record what happens next, so I can send the video to Team Star. They need to see the outcome of this battle for themselves. Okay, will do. It's all up to you, Clive. Watch me beat this kid up as a kid myself. Actually, I'm a kobold. Then allow me to introduce myself properly. I'm the big boss of Team Star. The name's Cassiopeia. No, Penny. Now bow down before the overwhelming might of Team Star's founder. Alright. Shit! Music's a jam. Also, I realized the game is a little bit soft. I'm putting it like this. It's a little bit loud, but it's not too loud. Let's go! I won't hold back in this battle. I'll stay true to Team Star's code. Sure, Penny. Level 6. Oh wait, I'm level higher. I forgot I'm actually level higher. Shift gear! No, I don't care. You're faster? Oh, Umbreon's tank? Nah, I'll do it one more time. No, you know I'm gonna do it one more time, you little shit. Oh, I forgot to mention I have family dinner tonight. Oh god. I did say it last night. I'll do it one more time. Oh god, okay. I'm getting greedy. About 6 p.m., 7 p.m. It's like the usual time, I guess. Dragon Claw! Is Baby Doe Eyes always faster than me? Oh shit. Dragon Rushu! What? Wow, Umbreon is really tanky, you're right. Rapid spin! More speed! I am Chichak. Let's go! Get spinned. Vaporeon? Hey, did you know in terms of... I'll stop there. I hate it. Dragon Rashu! Yeah? Whoa, tanky. God damn it, it's ice type. Huh? You heard nothing. We had to remove the option to not switch Pokemon out after knocking 1 KO. That's good. Compatible? Yeah. God, everyone is afraid of ice. Except for Lizard. Well, Vaporeon is water type as well, so it's very dangerous. They don't have much health, right? I'm just gonna go Batdirk because Batdirk is fast. I'm gonna Dragon Pulse the shit out of it. Go, touch him! Oh, you don't have Frisk? Okay. Dragon Pulse?
Motor Salche.
No, I don't care about attack fail.
Motor Salche.
Motor Salche. What the fuck? They're so tanky. I'm gonna bite it. Yeah. That's right. Motor Salche. Oh, Penny's gonna have 6 different evolutions, right? Yeah. Okay, I see how it is. Electric? Okay, you know, time to win. Where was on cooldown? Huh? Is TTS on cooldown? Maybe it's like 1 second? I don't know. Time to win. Why? Dragon Dance! No, it's not painful. That's right. Now that's painful though. No items, no items. Alright, no items. This is a fair fight, no items. Unless they use items, then yeah, it's a different story. If they use item, I'll use item. Alright? I'm all about fairness. Earthquake? Whoa, bye bye. Let's go. Leafeon? Because I'm gonna go Abalembo. And I'm gonna go Outrage. I am angry! I am angry! Whoa, I'm faster? While I'm paralyzed? I am angry! No items? Dragon only? Kinda. Senator is pseudo dragon. I am angry! Oh shit. Oh no. Sylveon? Oh wait, Sylveon is fairy type. I'm confused, right? Nah, I'll keep it. I can't fault you on your battle skills at all. No wonder the bosses fell at your hands. Yeah, just... I am angry! Earthquake! Yeah, be yourself. Stay true, be yourself, everyone. Yeah, good call on that one. Goddamn fairy type. Kurishu! Hit him! Oh! I am angry! My VV power will crush you into stardust? Please don't speak like that, but okay. Goodbye, world. Oh! Knife Dirk toughed out so I won't feel sad. I feel even more sad now. Thank you, Knife Dirk. Oh. Oh, you little shit. Oh, I win. I forgot about this. I win. I mean, unless I'm slower, but I'm still gonna terrestrialize. I'm gonna terrestrialize. Sludge bomb. Let's go, Lizard. The all-powerful Lizard. Lizard. Oh, I win. I win. Feels good, man. Terra cereal eyes, yeah. Good job, Lizard. It's over now. 15k? Gosh, you're loaded with money. It's finally over, guys. It's done. Time to cry? We're done here. I think we should call it quits. Hold on, are we saying we should break up the team? You gotta be joking. We got carried away with Operation Star. Now everything's gotten out of hand. Yeah, well, that's what happens when you round up a bunch of bullies in the courtyard and make a show of learning them some manners. But we didn't even fight them in the end. We didn't do anything wrong. Indeed, merely did we declare our intention to battle tooth and nail should the villains persist in their tyrannous oppression. Twice a bloodless victory, we assure you. Yeah, they didn't even send out their Pokemon. They just blubbered and apologized a whole lot. Our outfits must have spooked them good. But the bullies made a huge stink about what went down, and then they all ended up leaving the academy. Our plan backfired epically. There's no way we're getting off scot-free. I guess you're right. This little stunt might put us up the creek. I'll fix this mess on my end. Just leave it to me. What are you saying? I'm the one who started Team Star. I dragged you all into this. So I'll take responsibility for everything. Oh, noble and kind big boss, you cannot. Now that the bullies are gone, you guys should start going to school again. Oh yeah, and what about you? I can't go back. Why? There's no reason for you to stay shut in your room anymore, right? All I can say to you guys is thanks. Even though we never met in person, you were all so kind to me. Stop right there, BB. Why are you talking like we'll never speak again? I need to go take care of some things. Please speak to us. What is thine intent? ... Hey, BB, answers! Oh wait, Big Boss, sorry. Bye guys, thanks for everything. Oh shit. Thanks for everything, Droxen. And you too, Clive. I'm glad I could see this through to the end. I guess this is it for Team Star, and me too. Hold that thought, Miss... Penny. I'd like to check something with you first. Check what? It's over, isn't it? Probably. But no. The playthrough isn't over because there's still great creator of Paldia. Why resort to something like Operation Star 4 if you're the big boss of Team Star? Wasn't there any other way to handle this? I tried telling the bosses that we're done once before, but they still didn't quit. Why not simply order them to? Our code states that no one in the team has the right to order people around. I could ask them all to do stuff, but I could never order them. So it's back to the code once again. The bosses must have taken it very seriously. They did. That's why I knew I could use it to force Team Star to disband. Because the bosses would do anything the code required of them, even leave the team. Yeah, and according to the code, they had to accept any challenge made to them. That's the idea for Operation Starfall. Cassiopeia, let me ask you one last thing. What does teams... No, what do your friends in the team mean to you? ... They're my greatest treasure. And it's all one big circle. Splendid. Thank you for apprising me of the situation, Miss Penny. What? Now, young lady, there's something I should very much like to discuss with you. Hey, quit with the old geezer act, Clive. You're creeping me out. Indeed. Well then, before we talk further, allow me to reveal to you my own secret identity. Haha! Director Claypool? Just as Cassiopeia was your disguise, the boy you knew as Clive was mine. But why? I needed a way to talk to Team Star on equal terms. The students do tend to shy from speaking their mind to their teachers after all, much more so when faced with the director of the academy. Yeah, but where do I even start? Wasn't the outfit a bit much? Oh, Penny. Oh, Penny. It's never too much. At least they didn't wear like a mascot suits out to get you in. Now that one might be a little bit too much. Plus, I have some big feelings about that wig. Well, that's quite enough of that for now. Everyone, why did you come on out? Huh? I'm very surprised. I love it. Huh? Yo, big boss, long time no see. Momo. More like long time no meet, right? I mean, we only found out your real name just now. Melly. Verily is thy long hidden countenance a sight for sore eyes, my lady. God damn it. Atticus. So, I heard your real name's Penny. How have you been this whole time? Please don't start a small talk like that. Orty, we found you at last. You have no idea how worried we've been. Aries, my favorite boss. Okay, gang, on the count of 3. 1, 2. Hasta la vista, Cassiopeia. Hello, Penny. Aw. No, that's actually very sweet. A little bit fast for me though. No, that is actually very sweet. Now then, Miss Penny, and each of you young bosses as well. On behalf of the Academy, I have something I would like to say to Team Star. You all have my sincerest apologies. Come again? As director of the Academy, I let you down. My handling of your situation was a dismal failure. What? I still don't... I mean... Why? Y'all told me about your reasons for forming Team Star and about your subsequent actions. Ever since my first day as director, all I've ever experienced of the Academy is an environment blessedly free from bullying. But I now know this peace was built on the backs of your hurt and anger, and of course, your immense courage in putting things to right. And so I'll get straight to the conclusion. The Academy's order for Team Star to disband and my threat to expel those who did not obey are hereby revoked. Does it mean what I think it means? Indeed, Team Star can continue to exist should that be your wish. Oh shit. Hey yo, Penny, isn't this great? Now we can all stay together. Oh, mine heart is giddy with glee. But I betrayed all of you. Oh god, that's honkin'. Damn it. Okay, I'll be right back. I'll be right back, I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah, I'm back. Why is it that when I'm alone in the house, there's so many honking going on? Ay. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Honk. Now I cannot speak, I'm tired. Also, why is the gate so far too? The gate's far. Dang it. You mean Operation Starfall? Director Clavel told us all about it. As far as we heard, you only went through with it to save us from getting expelled. You were just worried about us, right? Not like we ever chucked the team just cause someone told us to, after all. Ain't our style. I cannot even begin to imagine how you must have feared for us, Lady Penny. Sorry for making you worry, BB. We're all okay now. But even so... Hold on everyone, I have more to say. As previously stated, the requirement for Team Star to disband has been revoked. However, there are still some unsettled matters to discuss. Allow me to provide a few examples. You protracted truancy, your brazen customization of school uniforms, your unauthorized usage of academy equipment, your reckless modification and jeopardous driving of Pokemon-powered vehicles. Need I go on? Your flagrant disregard for school rules cannot simply be overlooked. Clavel, come on. Thus, as punishment, you will all be required to engage in community service. Community service? Yes, specifically I will be asking you to manage the STCs. And that stands for? The Star Training Centers. Oh shit, new things? They shall be facilities for cultivating Pokemon trainers' talents. I plan for the Academy to found them in collaboration with the Pokemon League. The idea came to me when I saw Master Droxen battling his way through your bases. The base's construction, as well as the battle tactics employed by the students in Team Star, are remarkably unique and creative. I would ask that you continue your team activities, but henceforth as STC staff members, using your former bases as training facilities. And that is the sum of it. Does anyone have any concerns? No? It sounds like fun, so I don't see how this would be anything but a win-win. This may be a weird thing to say since the STCs are supposed to be a punishment and all, but you should totally join in too, Penny. It's true. We would most happily have you at our sides, my lady. We can go to school together too. That way, if anything happens, we'll be there to protect you. We were already talking about how great it'll be to have both Team Star and school in our lives. It'll be a sweet deal for us. So, what'd you say? Omaera! Droxen, what? Hey, to put me out of this, I'm not Team Star. I'm the one that beat the shit out of all of you. Leave me away from this, man. Jeez. Okay, at least the game. I think it sounds great. Give it your best. Yes and yes. I think I'll go with a resounding yes. I just... No need to give your response right at this moment, Miss Penny. Do take some time to decide. For now at least, I think our little group should go their separate ways. Not to say you should break up Team Star after all, I simply meant it's time to leave. Yeah man, leap. Master Droxen, please stop by my office later if you would. The protagonist, what shall we do? Hi, Bracky. Oh, thanks for the pet. Welcome to my voice mod shenanigans. just playing with some voice mod from time to time. How you doing? I need to go director's office, right? Director Clavel was there? Be confused for a second, I know, right? The power of voice mod. I'm stuck? Oh, okay. Here you are, Master Droxen. I wanted to thank you for all your hard work in resolving the situation with Team Star. If not for you, I suspect I would have done the team a grievous injustice in my choice of punishment for their actions. You have my sincere gratitude. Knock knock knock. Who that? It's Cassiope Penny. Miss Penny, do come in. Doing good, hope you are too. I'm doing okay-ish. You know, still waking up because I didn't sleep well, but otherwise good. Glad to know you're doing well too. Hello, director. About the STCs, I like to work on them together with the rest of Team Star. That's wonderful news. Thank you very much for your favorable response. But I should be punished more heavily than the others, I think. Why so? Because of Operation Starfall? No, not that. Because of the other really bad things I did. What did you do? Okay, it's better than poop? Yes, very true. Okay, it's definitely better than poop. And what would that be? You know the LP I gave you both in exchange for helping me with Operation Starfall? I got hold of it sort of illegally by hacking the Pokemon League's LP management system. I see. That is quite a revelation. I did not think such a thing was even possible in the first place. It wasn't all that hard. I mean, I'm really sorry and I would do it again. This matter is rather out of my jurisdiction, I'm afraid. I will have to consult Miss Gita, the Pokemon League chairwoman, on how best to proceed. I figure as much. I do apologize, Mr. Droxen, but I will have to ask you to give us some privacy. Alright, bye, Clavel. Time for the world-ending event. Oh. Why am I back here again? Just go to the nurse office. There's like a exclamation mark, means I better go there. Right? Hey there, come on in. Everyone's welcome in the nurse's office. Oh, I didn't mean to skip that. I have some good news. You're not gonna believe this, but... Did you pass? Oh, you passed. I passed the health teacher certification exam. Congratulations. Thank you so much. I saw you pushing yourself real hard with your treasure hunt, so that really inspired me. Of course, most of the credit of my success goes to my own hard work, though. True. Thanks for giving me the push I needed to try again, Droxen. Just like that, I get 10 max revives. Ayo, free? But they tell me there's no room to add new classes this year. So, I guess I'll keep being Nurse Miriam for a bit. Just you wait though, I'll be standing in front of a class at this academy before you know it. Good on you. Then I'll teach you all you need to know about health. I bet I'll make a great teacher. I can't wait to see you in my class. Ooh, a close bond with Nurse Miriam? Oh, it's a giraffaric. World-ending event? Aren't you supposed to be 10? Right? I'm just 10. And I'm just a little kobo. I have to go through a world-ending event? So do I just go straight to the Great Crater of Paldea? I mean, I did all the road. Oh wait, do I? It's not done yet, isn't it? Because they didn't say it's finished officially. Maybe I should go to Director Clavel again. Hey Clavel. Hey Director. Director, talk to me. They're more like teenagers by now. 15 to 16 is my guess. Oh, there it is. Hey Director. Oh god. Yeah, Starfall Street, Path of Legends, and Victory Road is all done. Maybe if I go up now. Don't worry about it, Director. I got your 6. I got your 6. I got your 6, Director. Let me just sneak out real quick, don't worry about it. The fact that they are not an adult and still concerning when facing what is essentially an apocalypse. Pokemon is unhinged. I mean, look at Ash. Look at Ash Ketchup. Or Satoshi. As a 10-year-old, going through so many things. They have to clear this is fine. They can fly into space and face aliens in meteors, no problem. Oh my god. Hi Penny. Droxen? Penny? There's something I want to talk to you about. Could you come meet me in front of school stairs? You know, where we first met? I'll be waiting. Where? Oh, okay. I've missed something. Hey, Penny. Hi, Penny. It's raining, Penny. Come on. You don't have to get soaking wet. Hasta la vista. The 6 of us stole out that catchphrase when we created the team. It's so cringy, it's perfect, you know? Kinda. Anyway, about the LP thing, I thought I was going down big time for hacking the league point system, but they're letting me off easy. What happened? The Pokemon League said they'll waive my debt if I do some volunteer engineering for them. They even asked me to come work for them after I graduate, if you can believe that. And Director Clevo and that guitar lady kept complimenting me like a weird amount. Apparently I have outstanding talent or something. Yes, you do. You're like the only person who can hack the Pokemon League system. For fuck's sake, Pokemon League system, Penny. It's a wacky world, lots of region, planet, universe, multiple timeline ending events to miss. I think I only watched the mainline anime. I didn't watch any like movie. Also parallel worlds. Yeah. Dot. Sorry for calling you out here to meet like this. I'm still not so great with people face to face. Same. I never seem to find the right words, but thank you so much. You saved Team Star and my friends along with it. What? Someone clip that shit. What the fuck was that? Why is there floating coffee cup? There's just straight up floating coffee cup. There's a ghost in this game. What the fuck? I know words won't ever be enough to properly thank you for all you've done, so here. Whoa, I win the game. Commit to summon down from the sky into the target. The required for this move harshly lowers the SP attack. Whoa. I'm sure you put this to good use. And one more thing. I want to repay the debt I owe you. If you ever think of a way I can do just that, let me know. I'm great with machines and hacking and stuff. So next time, I'll be the one helping you, Droxen. Thanks, Penny. That's reassuring. Be seeing you then. Hasta la vista! Doesn't know about movies, just thinking about a few games. There it is. Now it's officially over. Complete. Last I remember, Pikachu cried and Ash showed some Big Burps movies. Oh. Oh, that's like the remake of the first movie, right? Or the first ever movie. Like trying to find Ho. Oh no, it's not the first ever movie. It's not the Oh, the movie is like reminiscing Gen 1 thing. Sorry, it's not really a remake, but a movie to show the Gen 1 journey. NPC didn't load, but the drinks did. Yeah. Hi, Barnaby. Welcome to my voice mod shenanigans. So this is Spanish in this Pokemon world, so Spain and Mexico, at the least, are confirmed to exist. How you doing, Barnaby? Hey yo, Arvin here. Oh, it's Mastiff. Whoa, down boy, don't jump out like that. Seems like hearing your voice has old Mastiff here were all worked up. Oh, but that's not why I called. Nearly forgot. You remember what we talked about before? About going to Area 0? Yeah. Of course you do. You little know-it-all. Got a mind like a steel trap, eh? Well, all the effort you've been putting in around Paldia has really helped you make a name for yourself, build out some goodwill, that's for sure. So, I've been able to secure 2 allies who want to go to Area 0 with us. That should have us ready to tackle anything. So now we've all just got to get there. First step will be gathering in Area 0. I'll be ready and waiting at the 0 gate. I'll send you the location on your phone too. Don't leave me hanging forever. I probably will. Doing a doodle? Ooh. Gosh, I need to start doing art again. You have to deal with my shitty naming skills, but here's a clip. And don't worry about shitty naming skills, it's fine. Thanks for the clip. Good doodle, Barnaby, good doodle. Alright, do I just go straight to... I'm just gonna go straight to the Area 0 entrance, because why not? Koraidon. I love you, Koraidon. Look at that. Oh. Oh wait. Oh yeah. I will never get used to pressing O as I confirm. Ooh, it's up here. So going from Medallia is like very close then. Dragon Terra raid? It's so close to Casareva. Oh, it's inside the desert. What does it feel like to have wheels for a butt? I think that wheel is a tail, isn't it? It's like a curled up tail. Let's do the Terra raid. And then we go to Area 0. You just pull everything out of the exhaust pipe? No? Oh. Maybe? That could work. Of helium. Hi Dub, welcome to my voice mod shenanigans. I just like playing with voice mods from time to time. Oh. Do I have enough time? Oh, it doesn't work. No, I'm gonna make it work. Look at that. I'm so fast. And the tail. Yeah, look at the tail, look at the tail. Skip the tail. Yeah. Beautiful. Let me just kill. Don't worry about it. Nice. It's a good spin. It's a nice jam session. Knuckle Stack? Oh, I think that's the steel ground Pokemon? I got this. Yeah, it is. Sturdy? I got. I think I've come to the conclusion so far that chocolate hazelnut spread and cheese sandwich is okay. I want it to be great, but maybe I haven't found the right cheese combo. There's a lot of different kind of cheese. I only know mozzarella and parmesan and the cheddar. These three kinds of cheese. Oh my gosh, a snake Pokemon! Spin. Spin. Goat cheese? Goat cheese? Try cheddar and Swiss. I think it needs to be something sharp, but also maybe not too much spread. Has to be a good balance. With Gouda so far. Gouda? How many cheese are there? wait a minute. Found it. Are you saying that drowsy Terra cereal star rice is dragon type? I'll kill you. Oh wait, no. There we go. And Gouda is one of your favorite. So cheddar, Swiss, and Gouda are okay. Not great. Goat cheese would be next on the list if we find some. Huh. Gouda is very nice. Brie is also one of my favorite. Brie. The music is so hype though. Oh, Drowsy is thick. Yeah, bye-bye. I don't want to catch you. Sorry, I just don't really like Drowsy. Buying a pack of cheese is a commitment, so we can't just spam players. So they are very expensive as well. Brie is a soft cheese, often served baked with a spread on top like jam or honey. Isn't cheese like salty? Or like savory, it's not sweet. But paired with jam or honey, those are like sweet. Now I'm kinda curious. Kinda want to try it. Maybe. But then again, cheese over here is like expensive. Playing OG Resident Evil 4? Be confusing me, you always have Gouda. Gouda? Gouda? I think it's Gouda or Gouda. If you not have cheese before? I had cheese before, but like those sliced ones? Don't know what they're called. Okay, Gouda. Okay, Gouda. So it's a Gouda. I did some cursor thing with mozzarella cheese before. I put like you know when I cook instant noodles, I cook like the Maggi mee and then just like I put some shredded mozzarella on top. I mean, that's the only thing I did with cheese. Malaysia has cheese, but they are very expensive. It's a bit complicated. Just a little bit. If I also put cheese into everything? How did it turn out? I think it turns out great. Like the instant ramen, the instant noodle Maggi mee taste. It tastes more. It tastes more. More. How is my accent? It tastes. I think it adds more flavor to it that I like. It's good. Yeah, it's really good. I like it personally. Cheesy ramen is one of my favorite. Key smash? Key smash? Key smash? Wait, did I not set destination? Smash! Smash you! Never tried cheese ramen? You could try it, it's not bad. Personally, I feel like. Key. I'm just gonna climb up. Cheese into ramen, pasta, soup,
Cheese.
cheese. Cheese in Deep Rock Galactic as well. Cheese. It's the banana. It's the banana dragon. Like that. The banana dragon. American cheese in ramen is great.
Go Gouda go Gouda go. Go Gouda go Gouda go.
Gouda. That looks like it. Oh, am I supposed to go into this? If that's a dragon, that means a fox. That can't be a dragon. Hey, over here. Gouda Droxen, oh god. Am I cheese now?
Go Gouda go Gouda go. Go Gouda go Gouda go.
This is the zero gate. It was made so researchers could try to observe the inside of the great crater of Paldea. What folks call Area Zero. It's our ticket down into the crater. Oh, and speaking of the crater, you know that Pokemon of yours, the one I gave you? Area Zero is apparently where Crydon was born, or something like that. Maybe it'll be happy that I can finally come back home? Not that I really care or anything. Anyway, our two new teammates should be waiting for us inside the Zero Gate. Guess we should head in. The way home? Go Gouda go.
Gouda Gouda Gouda.
Gouda. Is Brian or Robin? Burble. Burble. Whoa, kinda dark in here.
Gouda
Hi,
cheddar
Nemona.
mozzarella. Goat and parm and then Romana.
Romana? Hola, Droxen. Arvin said there'd be tons of strong Pokemon, so here I am. And once she heard she's get to battle awesome Pokemon, she was here in a second. Gouda, cheddar, mozzarella, goat, and parm. And then the Romana. Brian. You're an annoying little pest in the academy. But I guess you could come in handy for this. And spoken like a guy who wants to get beaten in a battle. But more importantly, why is it so dark? And where are the awesome Pokemon? Did the TTS just stop working?
Goo Gouda go Gouda goo. Go Goo Gouda go Dooga go Goda go Goo go.
Go. Yeah, it is weird that the lights are off. The last time I was here, the electricity was up and running, but now? Oh,
Blue cheese Colby Monterey Jack Munster.
no. Bucket. Moisturize? Yeah, I'm gonna drink. Well, now the lights are on. But why? I turned them on. It seems like they were on a power saving mode. Did it give up? Probably.
Do do go go
Oh.
goo 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 da do do goo goo da.
It's so slow, the TTS. Must be tired. Yeah, too much tongue twister. I hacked into the system controls and overrode the settings. How is it spam? Oh, it's you that keep the fluffy Eevee bag. I guess. My name's Penny. Oh, well, hey, and we never got to actually talk. I'm Nemona, and I'm in class 1A. You must be some kind of a tech whiz. Do you like Pokemon battling too? You talk like way too much. The director introduced us. When you need someone good with tech, she's a no-brainer. Anyway, Penny's here also agreed in a second when she heard it was to help Droxen. I'm not really the adventuring type, but I owe you, Droxen, and I pay my debts. She's surprisingly old-fashioned like that.
Fub wub 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 bo 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 go wub bub wub wub boo doo bub wub.
Boo doo, boo wub 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 wub. He likes to break things. And of course everyone knows me, Arvin. My loves includes my boss tip at cooking and... Oh, biometric identification in progress. Hello, Droxen. I have been expecting you. And it seems you have gathered a group of formidable allies as well. Sorry, who are you? That's... Mama. Probably. What? That's Professor Sada? Nemona, student ID number 805C001 and Penny, student ID number 803B212. I thank you for coming. Of course, Professor. Oh my god, it's such an honor to meet you in person. I mean, maybe not in person exactly. I love Nemona. Already broke multiple redeems minutes after introduction. Yeah, it's so sensitive. Weirdly sensitive. I wanna sneeze? Oh. Did you tell your mom about this? When would I have done that? To begin with, I'd like to ask you all to make your way down into the Great Crater of Paldea. You can reach the lower chamber using the elevator you can see to your right. Gisan Heights. Mama? Please proceed below. Are they not on good terms? Must not be. Yeah. Efficient breaking of things allows for further improvement and insight. Y'all wanna know some shit? I'm gonna know some shit. Something about this music reminds me of Wario Land 2. My internet is out, so my AC hasn't been working as a result. What? Why is your internet out and then AC is not working? But isn't AC electricity and internet is just internet? What? AC doesn't need... Wait, do AC need internet? It's tied... Oh! It's tied to your Wi-Fi? That is high tech. That's so cool. But also very painful because when the internet is down, everything is down. That sounds painful. But also when everything is working, it sounds cool. what a world we live in, right? He's not a fan of device working only on the network. Please leave some sort of manual control things. Biometric identification in progress. Identities confirmed. Access granted to a lower level. Ooh, it opened first automatically. Not quite. Looks to me like someone's controlling this thing remotely. Once you step through, you'll be above area 0. Droxen, you have both Koraidon with you? I can lie! Oh my god, I can be chaotic! No. I do not believe that can be the case. I identified its biometrics at your current location. Sure, whatever. Thanks for asking, Professor. If you utilize Koraidon's gliding capabilities, you should be able to descend into the depths to reach Area 0. What? Isn't there like an elevator or something? Oh, wait, did you say Koraidon can fly? When you reach the bottom, I will get in touch once again. I hope your trip is uneventful. Railroading people into stuff just like always. I can't wait to see what Pokemon live down in Area 0. Let's go! Oh shit, no, he just came back on. Nice! Just need to complain about it. Sometimes complaining works. Game just called your bluff. Why bother asking? I know, right? That girl, is she like incapable of fear or what? That's Nemona. I love Nemona. I guess we better go too. I'm saving here. Oh, I can have Draco Meteor. Who is good with SP attack? Mamador? Nah, I'll keep it. Me likes when game actually offer game over, so saying no. Yeah, that's funny. Ready for the worst? No. Well, we're all waiting for you. Just say the word as soon as you're ready. Okay. Especially at the beginning of adventure, just refuse the call to action. Okay, game over. Yeah, that's so clever. I love that. Good, that's all we needed to hear. Get out that Pokemon of yours and we'll be off. Koraidon baby! Show me your power! I love you, Koraidon. Hi, Koraidon. Oh no. Oh no, it's so cute though! Scared of heights? That's what I would say. Don't need to be scared if we go together. How does that logic work? It's okay, Koraidon, we love you! Oh my god. Ooh. What kind of strength is that? Who was that macho man? Good job, Koraidon. I did not take a picture of you, but I'm sad, but I'm glad. I'm not glad I didn't take a picture of cute Koraidon. No, I forgot to take pictures. Oh, oh, it looks much better than I thought. I'll be a little bit bright, don't you think? And very silent. Is the game broken? There's actually no sound. This is a string that allows people to pull adults out from cliffs with 2 fingers. Yep, save the world. No, please? No, we all died. Don't want to. Oh well. And now I'm back here again. Oh, okay, so game's not broken. I think I might die. I might have died once or twice there. Oh, Koraidon. Koraidon's scared. What's wrong? Don't just say it's okay. You're gonna ask him what's wrong. Oh. It's scared of something. It chose to go back to its ball? It's probably just hungry or something. Do you see Koraidon's face, you little shit? Wait a second, where's the student council girl? Yeah, where's Nemona? What? She's gone. You don't think she... Everyone, you have to see this! Nemona. Oh god, I love you, Nemona. Come on already. I guess your ability would be would be on tempo, huh? Psychonauts is my favorite take on this. At the end of the first act, your mentor tells you your world is in danger and you're the last one able to stop its destruction. And he asks if you're up to the job, and then you can just decline it. You can say yes or no, and if you say no, he whacks you upside the head and says, now try answering that question again. You're up for the choice again. Rinse and repeat until yes is selected. Cool. Condition satisfactory. 4 humans identified. Vital signs all within normal range. It appears you were able to make the descent without being harmed. Huh, yeah, sure. So smooth sailing. Who could possibly complain about landing like that? That is good. I had concerns you might fail, given the crudeness of the only available access method. I think your mom's sarcasm detector needs fixing. Oh, you were worried about this? That's so sweet. Oh my god, can I live like Nemona? Can I just live like Nemona? Not as annoying variant of the choice that don't matter? Yeah. Like, why asking? Why bother asking when my choice doesn't even matter? You should now make your way to me at the Zero lab in the deepest part of Area Zero. However, the entrance to the lab is barred by 4 locks installed on the exterior, which I cannot unlock. 4 locks? On your way to me, you must visit 4 research stations that were constructed inside the crater. At each station, you will be able to disable one of the locks. Do so as you make your way down. I hope you succeed. Yes, let's disable the 4 locks and get into that lab! Sounds kind of video gamey when you say it out loud, huh? Don't break the 4th wall now, Nemona. The gameplay can be so-so at times, but Schaefer's writing is top-notch. The gameplay is certainly a weak point of it, sadly. Oh, come on, time to find our way to the deepest part of Area Zero. Are we all gonna be walking together? Oh, that's cool. You can't ride Koraidon here? No! I want to ride Koraidon! Whoa, the music's here suddenly? Okay. Second one has the strangest difficulty curves I ever seen the game has ever. Skip Loom, Coffee Night Raichu? Raichu! Raichu, Quick Ball! It's gonna work, right? It's Quick Ball. God damn it. Now I have to deal with this. Oh, God, it's too painful! Oops. The most famous example of dislike gameplay? The meat circus? It's basically a flat line of no difficulty and then you get to the halfway point and it snaps to the top of the chart and doesn't even let up until the end. Where it goes even higher. They actually fixed meat circus as long as they are not playing original release through though, so that's good. Damn. Insane. Let's sneak up on Pikachu. Oh, Raichu. Raichu! Pure! Now I can catch it. Look at that. My left ear is all skip loom noises. I'm right you without having to use the stone. Easy. Hi. Hi. Here's the column tree face. The column tree face. Oh. Oh my god, look at you. One big, one small. Oh, wow. What is this? They were just looking at me. Oh my god. Oh my god. Column tree. Hi. I don't care about you. I care about you. Alright, let's go. Can I catch Corey Knight?
3 carat smiley face.
Whoa. Whoa, look at the tree. So this is the inside of Great Crater Apollyon. It feels different from just seeing it in our textbooks. So intense. Normally we'd never be able to get in here to see for ourselves. Where did Koraidon go? Since I got spooked by something, it's hiding its ball. And cereal? That's not good. Can we get back up to the surface without it? Ah, should be alright. The last time I was here, I called a flying taxi out of the crater. There was Counter, it was a real sob story. Why did you call the professor if she's down here? Don't get along with something? Tch, no business, peep squeak. Jeez, no need to bite my head off. Why are you going off huffy anyway? Come on, you two. This is an adventure. Let's have a good time. See? Nemona gets it. That is the fastest speaking I ever done in my entire life. Hi? Burp. Burb. Catch. Must catch burb. Oh, holy fucking shit, that's a quick ball. The world needs more flying taxi, right? Oh, it's a steel type. Dragon Rushu. Oh, fuck. That's right, Rocky Helmet, baby. Dragon Rushu! That is bad. Miss? Oh, thank god. This is strong burp from what we heard and saw. Very strong. Okay. It's probably gonna hit me, so I'm gonna start throwing balls now. Because I have Rocky Helmet. easy. Don't even need to think about anything. Quick boat got quick tongue. Oh, my first level 70 Pokemon is the Chichak. Corviknight Knight can't surface a taxi service in Paldea because the Pokemon's natural predator will attack it while it flies, endangering the customer. What? Ever since you played this, YouTube recommended me videos about its meta. Meta? Like for PvP meta? Oh. It's a huge eye. Have I caught you before? I don't remember. Do you know where I am forever? Yes, you do. It's side-eyeing me. Oh wait, I called it. Who are you? Oh, I think I know who you are. I caught you. In the Ice Mountain. Why are you there? PvP? Huh. I don't think I want to go PvP in this game. Like, Pokemon to me is not always... is not PvP thing. To me, anyway. Like, I don't play Pokemon for the sake of playing PvP. Shmo babish. Look at this. The not evolve one, they stand on 4 legs, and then once they evolve, they stand up. After they evolve, they just stand up. We heard they reduced the grind a bit, but it's still a grind to get the team ready. Well, to me, story-wise, I don't need to grind anymore. Like, I'm not even grinding at all in this game. I'm just progressing through the game normally. And then my team is now this level. So it's like, yeah. How many evolutions do you stand on 1? I have no idea. You guys are cheating. How are you guys just like rushing? Whereas I have to do like this. Whoa, burb! Did the bird just stop at me? Catch. My favorite burb. I got my favorite barb. What? Isn't we above levels? Oh. Oh, it's just level 50.
Yep.
You're not getting the call.
Yep.
Yep.
No call?
Yep.
Where's the call?
Yep.
Yep.
You're gonna get it soon.
Yep.
I believe.
Yep.
You're gonna get it. Ah, there it is. If there's one to choose from nature to in that state. Even I'm satisfied. It's very early. Must go sleep. Have good stream, Tyranno. Have good sleep. Have good sleep, Lakes. Thanks for hanging around. A big appreciate. You are, in my opinion. I pressed the wrong button. Fuck, I pressed the wrong button. No. Fine. I'm so not used to the... Take this with you, I have extra... extra leaks. Can I win against them? Not even running? Oh my god, not even is running. Oh no, it's flying again. Where you going? Where you going? I'm not gonna fight them anymore? Best nickname Bravery. Bite too. Eat the giraffe. There's no one to ban and pass for you. Think I do depart. Okay, Brian. Have good sleep too. Gotta get my lease tomorrow morning, so I should get rest for the drive. Very important. Especially if it's for driving. Have good sleep, Brian. Tomorrow. Good sleep. So, Penny, how'd you wind up with our friends? Guess I just really came true. Can I? Rude. Very rude. Oh. Shell bell, baby. Everything was going off the rails, school was the best. Especially looks from the big help getting all this sorted out. Wow, we just have the two gyms there. Awesome. I believe them, Demona. Droxen and I are classmates, neighbor back home too. Once I said I aimed to be champion, so he did. He was a champion. That's wild. Alright, there too. You think you've got cool friendship origin story with Droxen? Can I compare it with your friendships on the level? Nobody asked you, stop trying to flex on us. Yeah. Butts with Droxen Club. Think you woke up properly by now? Nice too. I'm still feeling a little bit blurred. Just a little bit. It's just that I didn't sleep well last night, so pausing this. But it's no big deal, to be honest. In fact, it's only a small deal. Who are you? Have I called you before? I gotta lose to a flower. Because a flower is fairy type. Is that burp running? Fla baby, hold on. Bebe? You are not Bebe. Also, Bloodshot was asleep and waking up from dreaming with bass music is funny feeling. It's gonna be hard for me to take pictures here. So many burps here. Don't follow that link. Oh, I'm already following that link. You're too late. Hehe. Flinch, flinch. Flinch, please, flinch. Would you do a bit of a flinch? God damn it, no. Aye. Flinch, maybe? You know you want to flinch. No flinch. Ow. I think this kills. Don't follow that link, follow the streamer. You know, everyone's here, but I'm the only one doing the fighting. What is this? Burb. So many burbs here. I don't think I can even outrun some of them. Martial arts burb. A wrestling burb. Red. 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 Oh. Red. More honkin'? Really? Seriously? Get. Okay. Someone's downstairs. Thank goodness. Thank goodness that I don't need to go downstairs and run up to the gate anymore. Great. Okay, now I can just play Pokemon. Also, I have no idea where I'm... Is that where I'm trying to go? Probably. Can I... Oh, can I have a picnic here? Probably best not to host a picnic here. Are you sure? Oh, I bet that's what we are looking for. That must be one of the buildings the professor was talking about. Oh yeah, what they're called? Radish rations? Radish rations? Research stations. Well, that was close. Wow, you have such great memory, Penny. And what's great is my common sense compared to you lot, apparently. Oh, what the heck is that? Hi. That's a Pokemon Lab Primera uses. I didn't know the species could be found in the Great Crater. Come on, Droxen, let's take it all together. What? Why? Glima! Why are we doing this again? Can I not just catch it? I don't have this Pokemon. I cannot catch it. Why though? Why if I bite? Oh fuck. Wow, thanks Nemona. Are there gonna be a lot more of these rare Pokemons down here, you think? Glimmer is credited to poison. That toxic debris is a really good skill or ability. You think there was something? Please, you got no idea how terrifying Area Zero really is. Wow, patronizing much? Easy, you two. Let's just head inside the research station. I cannot move? Oh, okay. There's something on the floor, I want to get it. Okay, it's thinking where it stares at me like this. Oh wow, are these ancient ruins? They look far too recent for that. It appears you have reached your first research station without incident. This facility was constructed 87 years ago as a way station for those surveying Area Zero. So that's why there's a bed. Looks like we can use this place to rest up if we need to. Droxen, if you would be so kind as to disable the first lock on the lab using that control central panel. Yes. Why do I feel like Professor Sada is a dick? Is it just me? I feel like Professor Sada is a not so good person. You heard the professor, better press it. Lock disabled. Three or four locks are still active. Don't know? It's okay. We'll see soon enough. Well done. Please continue your efforts at the remaining research stations. I don't like how Average is keeping silent this whole time as well. It's like hiding something from us. Oh, it's not there anymore. I almost never saw my mom in my whole life. Oh, is it time for a backstory review? Penny! She was always busy with work, hardly ever come home. I cook for myself, clean for myself, but most definitely don't know how to talk to. So yeah, I don't really know her at all, even if she's my mom. Try to not think about it, trying to be proud of it. The truth is, I really just had a mom who was there. I haven't seen her for ages now, you can't see her in the news or whatever. And it's getting me sometimes, and then she appears out of the blue and then she can tell some family, right? Oh, but we're not here to judge or anything. I'm sorry about earlier, I shouldn't have snapped you like that. Nah, I always give you a hard time, sorry. Penny, my name's Penny. You know, you're actually pretty nice for a little pipsqueak. Don't give me pics for your big lunk. That's the spirit. Why is it so fast? Can I get a chance to actually read the things? Cat too distracting. He stares at me, then walks up to me, then leaves room. Oh. Maybe Cat just want to take a look at you. And Cat is just like, let me look at you for a little bit. Alright, bye. Have I gone to Chansey? Oh, I got a Chansey. Well, I don't want to kill you. It's neat that the text doesn't stop you from moving. True. But if only the text wouldn't go by so fast. Can I get up here? Fair enough. Oval stone? Eh? Chansey oval stone? The tank? I mean, Chansey does look tanky. Like, Chansey can heal as well. With the egg. Oh, I didn't even see you. Dragon Pulse has no effect. Last time I came to Great Crater, I was trying to go see my mom. I got about this far and then I got attacked by some kind of creature I'd never seen before. Really? What kind of Pokemon was it? It wasn't even like a Pokemon, more like this crazy violent rampaging sort of thing. You sure it was just a Pokemon that's a little more, I don't know, rampagey than average? Yeah, I'm sure. It was like a completely different creature altogether. It hurt Mother real bad. It's like I just forget. I don't run into that awful thing again. It was that strong, huh? I really hope I get to see it. That's why I figured you'd say. You really attack this sometimes, Nemona, you know that? Hey, don't talk shit on Nemona. As long as you don't turn one of them into all the way into Blissey, they can have the okay-ish defense. Oh, Blissey shit? That's weird. Dog. 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 I don't like this place. Because I cannot ride Koraidon here. I hate it. Oh, there's a research station. I don't think I can just... Blissey has better stats, but this item that increase defense stats both by 50%. Also, if it's not fully evolved. Oh, that's why. So you're gonna give Chansey that item to have defense? To be tank? I wanna ride Koraidon. Why do I get to ride Koraidon? That's the sole reason why I bought this game. That's the one we've been to, right? Yeah, this is the one we've been to. Okay, okay. It's a tank for both, then instead of just special. Also, Blissey is just tanky towards special. Okay, okay. That makes a lot of sense. Espeon? Have I gotten Espeon before? Espeon just runs away. Hey, hey, don't go, don't go. Have I got you before? Oh, I got you. Okay, die. Oh. Go! You don't wanna? Eh, that's fair. It's okay. Dragon Claw? Mmm. You know, I can actually look at the OBS screen and play Pokemon. It's a little bit laggy. No, I'm not gonna do that. Go! Destroy! Go! Pressure? What? Why pressure? Oh no, that's a crit. That's a crit. Gonna be here for a bit. Bet? Bet. I'm gonna bet. Please don't hit yourself. Oh! Oh! Please don't hit yourself. Oh, that's a lot. Oh, ow, ow, ow. I'm back. Ooh, welcome, Rubik. Bad Dirk, don't. I'm already slow as heck. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, that's not painful. Oh, thank God. The higher the attack, the more it hurt itself. So that's why Swagger gives like attack rise sharply. Double edge? Stuff actually wasn't good. It's a physical attack. Oh yeah, more physical attack. What the fuck? Oh, that's why Dragon Dart is stronger. Okay, okay. Actually, no. I don't think I want you to learn double edge. Hey. No. You want to remove Dragon Darts? Please don't. Okay, there. Choices. The illusion. The illusion of having choices. Oh. I love how this bucket has no... Oh, there it is. This collision. There's no collision, I think. Hi, Rogue. Moisturize? And welcome to my voice mod shenanigans again. God, Noivern looks so good. How you doing, Rogue?
Meow meow woof woof blub blub roar roar uwu licks you uwu licks you uwu moo moo.
Licks you? And then the moo moo? I'm scared. Oh my god, this place is running like a dog shit. The frames? Oh my god, why is this place so bad? I mean, it's not running like a PowerPoint slideshow, but it's obviously bad. Better than Final Fantasy 14 launch, even the flower incident. the potted plant incident. I like the shiny Noivern. I like Noivern in general. So green. I just love Noivern. Any Noivern, give it to me, I love them. Like, you see Noivern so hot if it would stop flying around that much. It's okay. The potted plant also the cutscenes. I just know the potted plant because holy shit, the polygons for that potted plant? Ooh, insane. The second reaches station, about time too. Ooh, let's head in and take a breather. I thought you had a bit more stamina, student council girl. Hey, I'm just full of surprises. That wasn't a compliment, you know. Oh. Who? That's not a Jigglypuff. It's good to see some nice familiar Pokemon down here too. Are you? No, this is Zoroark. This is Zoroark. Oh my gosh, so cute. That's Zoroark. Who? Ark. What the? Spell time? Streamtail? Screamtail? I thought you were lying. I thought you were lying. What the fuck is a Screamtail? I cannot capture it. Screamtail? Screamtail. Cool. Let me eat Screamtail. Screamtail is tanky. It's a very goddamn type. Oh, yeah. It's Jigglypuff, but it's Screamtail. I see. Let me heal. Wee. Thanks, Penny. Screamtail is tanky. You can capture Paradox Pokemon after you beat the game. Paradox Pokemon? So Screamtail is Paradox Pokemon? Ooh. Is it not just Zoroark? Are you sure it's not just Zoroark? I can't get over how often they're like, oh, a singular Pokemon. This needs dialogue and need beating up together. Seriously, what was that? Darn thing scared me half to death. Oh, would that be Zoroark? Because of the hair and the little fang teeth. Yeah, it's definitely kinda ferocious for a Jigglypuff, wasn't it? No kidding. Come on, let's get inside already. One more jump scare like that, I'm done for. Past version of Jigglypuff. So Paradox Pokemon is like the past version of that certain Pokemon. But its gimmick is that it makes good illusions, not animated though. Well, this looks pretty much the same as the first Wishes Station. Seems like wild Pokemon don't come in here. We should be safe to catch our breath. Hey, seriously, what's with this place? That Pokemon? I've been wondering about that myself. I think maybe that Pokemon was one of these? Huh? What's that bug? Monsters of Area Zero. As we descended further into Area Zero, we began to catch glimpses of mysterious Pokemon. Though we wonder if these huge ferocious beasts were indeed Pokemon at all. One of our team suffered a brutal blow from such a beast and was mortally wounded, forcing us to retreat for a time. Wow. A member of our survey team captured this photograph by chance. I noticed a passing resemblance to the Pokemon known as Donphan, yet differences such as its sheer size and the shape of its back set it apart, as do its great tusks. Monsters of Area Zero? Scarlet has Paradox Pokemon of the past and Violet has Paradox Pokemon of the future. Oh. So they aren't actually Pokemon? I don't really know. What do you think, Droxen? I don't think they're regular Pokemon. I think they really are just Pokemon. They are Pokemon. Yes, they look different, sure. Whoa. But they use moves and battles just like the Pokemon we know. Moody Cutie, hi! Welcome to my voice match shenanigans. Not my real voice currently. Oh, whoa! I suppose the time has come for an explanation. Professor! And some of the life forms that you see residing now within Area Zero are ancient Pokemon that lived in the distant past long lost to us. Ancient Pokemon? That's awesome. I did already follow you? You did. I vaguely remember the name. Oh, come on, there's no way that's possible. The Zero Lab, where I'm located, contains a time machine. It's almost an ancient Pokemon to this place. So to think my mom spent forever researching down there, she actually got it working? Indeed, though the cost was catastrophic. The cost? But a time machine, you mean you can actually theoretically possible to travel to the past. However, for being such as a human, it would not be possible to return to the present. Well, that's horrifying. Mom, you... Never mind. Why'd you call us here to Area Zero? Arvin, lying. Has there ever been anything like that that couldn't be treated like Pokemon? Even extra-dimensional ones can be captured pretty normally. Yeah. If possible, I would like us to speak when we can meet face to face. It'll be easier for you to understand once you can see the situation for yourself. Now then, Droxen. Please use the central panel here and disable another lock on my lab. What if Professor Sada... I mean, the cost is catastrophic. Professor Sada might suffer from some paradox thing? Please continue your efforts at the remaining research station. Hey, Droxen. You know that book she told me to bring? I think it's got something to do with this place. Or more like, everything to do with this place. But I'm not the one she expects to fix whatever all this. You are. I think you should be the one to carry it. Okay. Scarlet Book. I recall the expedition that the author, Heath, went on within the great crater of Paldea. The book has the name Sada written on it in clumsy handwriting. Alright. Did you know you can capture each of the tiny Pokemon if you go back to each area you fought them at? Like the worm? Like my favorite worm that I captured a long time ago? Alright, where's the worm? Worm is O, right? Still an S, R, P, O? Is it O? There it is. The worm. the best worm. No thoughts had empty worm. The best Pokemon of all time, you mean? Oh god, I love the worm so much. God damn it. Cute meow meow, oh my god. I love Nemona. Nemona is just like, I came here to Pokemon battle and I'm getting them. I love this place. And then otherwise it's like, I'm came here and expecting Pokemon battles but I'm not getting any. I hate it here. Nemona cool. My parents like Nemona. My parents? No, I guess. Are you serious? Even I know about your dad. He's on the board of Rotom Phone Company. Wait, how do you know that? Everyone knows that he's famous and I guess I look into it in my own reasons too. So Nemona actually is some pampered little princess for a rich family? No way, this is so not my thing. So yeah. Guess you could say mother father though. Like hands off but in a good way. Still probably like take with the business. Pretty much let me do what I wanted. Call them mother and father? Some pampered little princess stuff like that. Whereas my family is, it's too fast. Unbelievably annoying. Like super overprotective, you mean? It's just my dad, he's loud and clingy and makes some weird nicknames like Pen Pen. Period. Her dad having auto discern like that. Don't you dare take his side. How about your mother seems super nice? Mm-hmm. You met her? Yep, got a glimpse of an amazing looking sandwich she made too. Really? Wish I could seen that. I bet it tasted great. Shit, just like flying. I cannot even catch up. If a marking called former Titan after you capture, then they will not attack or move towards you when you find them in the wild at each area you fought the man. So the one that I called is not really like the Titan Pokemon then. Maybe I'll do it, maybe I don't. I mean, even if I would do it, probably off stream, I guess. I want to go look at Professor Sada. Professor Sada is looking mighty sus. Don't tell me the story though. No, don't tell me the story. But I just my gut feeling, Professor Sada is looking mighty sus. Can I capture this? Don't know if I capture him. They're kinda far away though. Nah, they keep running away. Sussy genius. Sussy genius. Why is Chansey running away? Why is Chansey running away and disappearing? Chansey never do that. It's like is that other Pokemon? Chansey doesn't run away. They must be dead or some shit. Zoroark? I mean, Chansey doesn't run away. Oh, that's weird. Oh, that is really weird. Look at this. Oh wait, Chansey does run away. Chansey does run. What? Okay, I'm stupid. Don't worry about it. Do I want to kill Chansey? Nah. I'm lazy. Chansey's too tanky. I feel like Bad Dirk needs some help in terms of like the moveset. Everything feels a little bit too weak. Boom Burst? That's your first skill? Everything around it with destructive power, terrible explosive sound. That is SP attack? Oh, your attack and SP attack is actually very balanced. Hurricane. This may also confuse the target. Whoa. Oh, no accuracy though. I mean, that's accuracy, I think. 70%? Not bad. Moonlight? Why do you know fairy type moves? Supersonic Absorb? Boomburst feels strong. Hi, Sprout.
Not.
Duh. Okay. Why? How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Shadow Claw? Dragon Claw? My boyfriend's asleep, so I took over. I am not Sprout. Oh, that's fine. Hello, not sprout. Hello, not sprout. Special attack is no what? Special attack is normally about 27 points higher. Some 4? IV or EV is whack there? I go by flower. Have they mentioned me? Not that I remember of. Then hello, flower. Partially lowers the user SP attack stat. What if I use the clear amulet and then just use this move? Would that be too much? I want a cool move for. I'll do it. I know the SP attack is a little bit lower. Yeah, I was thinking of that. I was thinking Roost, maybe not. I mean, Roost does lose the flying property. Half these redeems are concerning. But don't worry, they're not dangerous at all. Oh. Yeah, I'm gonna remove Roost. And then I'm gonna use Clear Amulet. I think it's set lower by moves used against it or by other Pokemon's ability. Gasping for air. It sounds about right. Then I can spam. Can I spam Draco Meteor then? Here, let me try it. Oh, it still lowers my thing. It still lowers the thing. Oh my god. It's so cursed. Oh god damn it. Clear amulet doesn't work? Hi bird, please don't fight me. I give you Dragon Fang? Do I have more Dragon Fang? I don't think so. I am kinda out of Dragon Fang. It prevents enemy Pokemon from lowering my Pokemon stat if I'm correct. So it only prevents the opposing Pokemon only negates what they do, not what I do. That's kinda sad. Aww. I thought that was perfect though. Why do I have so much soft sand? I'll give it back Shell Bell then. Is it okay if I introduce myself? For sure. There's nothing wrong with self-introduction, definitely. Alright, another research race. Another paradox Pokemon? Nice, we're gonna chill for a minute. And something's gonna jump out at us again, 100% guaranteed. Oh, Penny, such a worry word. Huh? Oh, hi. See? Wait a second, this is like the Titan Pokemon we saw. So it was an ancient Pokemon all along? Whoa, you've been on one of these before, Arvin. It looks seriously strong. Yeah, well, Droxen are old pros when it comes to Titans. Leave this to us. This one is very strong. Looks like it. Not as strong as Dragon Pokemons though. Super effective? What's your type? I don't understand. Oh, nice. You're afraid of fairy type, and you're afraid of flying type? It's afraid of fairy and flying? What the fuck? Dragon fighting type? I mean, if it's dragon, then it should not be afraid of flying type. Nah, I don't know. Is this Violet or Scarlet? This is Scarlet. Because I love Koraidon. I am Flower. I go by he, him pronouns and love Pokemon. Nice. I have started 4 Nuzlockes and finished 2. I love tacos and I'm pansexual. If you have any questions about me, do not be afraid to ask. Oh, definitely. Love Pokemon, say. I mean, I don't really... I love Pokemon, but I don't... Can I say that I'm a Pokemon casual enjoyer? I play Pokemon a very casual degree. But I do love Pokemon, especially them dragon Pokemons. But yeah, nice to meet you. It hits hard, and if me's not wrong, also great at setting up hazards. Maybe the one we saw when we were searching out the Herbert Mystica came down from here. You two got to meet one of these Pokemon before our creator get together? Jealous. Hello, random streamer. Where's Droxen? I don't know. Droxen is... somewhere. Hi, Tony. Gosh, it's been a while. How you doing? I will keep my mouth shut because I already beat Scarlet. Thank you. I appreciate that. You've got things from literal ancient times roaming around Paldea, that's a major problem. Isn't Professor Sada doing anything to keep them under control? How could she let this happen? Yeah, right, because it's not like, oh, so brilliant Professor Sada ever messes up. Come on, Droxen, let's get into that research station. I'm good, friend, working and making money? Good to know. Hopefully life has been treating you well. Good fortune? How are we doing after all that working and battling and whatnot? Anyone need a rest? Feeling rough, Penny? Oh, no, it's not that. I just been thinking ever since the professor mentioned that time machine. The Pokemon here in Area Zero came to our time from the past, right? So, what about Koraidon? Isn't it pretty likely that it's also one of those ancient Pokemon? Oh, I don't know. I got found out blindly, not knowing how superior Scarlet would be. I thought it was, oh, robot, room. Nah, I just love Koraidon too much. It's like, I need Koraidon, I need Scarlet. And so I got Scarlet. Tony Stinky. But that's not gonna say that Miraidon is not bad. Miraidon is pretty good. It's just I prefer Koraidon a lot more. I think you're onto something. It is kinda giving off ancient vibes, even its name sounds past E. Wait a second, I totally forgot. Hey Arvin. You had Koraidon's ball and you told us about its 4 minutes in the first place. You must know something about it, right? You still remember that from way back? No wonder you're everybody's little star pupil. Guess I got no choice then, but to tell you what I know? That Pokemon, Koraidon, that is, it was found by my mom when she was working on her time machine. I believe it would be best for you to take over the explanation at this point. Professor! Koraidon, which I entrusted to Droxen, was the first Pokemon that was successfully retrieved from the past by the time machine. Seriously? Through analysis of its genetic makeup as well as its behavioral patterns, I came to realize that what I had discovered was in fact an ancient form of Cyclizar. Oh, so Miraidon is the not ancient, it's the future form of Cyclizar then? Oh, that makes so much sense. Is she trying to find a job? You got this, Pinky. Miraidon Motomami? The Pokemon still commonly written in this region. Well, that makes sense, I guess. They do look alike. Many other Pokemon also came to this place from across the boundaries of time, but I was never able to bring over more than 2 specimens of Koraidon. Huh? You mean there's another one around here somewhere? Well, if they're family, the other one could still be somewhere in Area Zero waiting to finally be reunited with our Koraidon. A heartwarming family reunion? Ooh. Exactly! Imagine how thrilled they would be if we can get the family back together after all this time. Family, huh? Yeah, that sounds nice. If we could proceed, Droxen? Please disable the next log, shut the fuck up. I'll do it. Only one remains now. Please continue to find the research station. Okay. Let me sleep first. Bad Dirk. I hardly ever use Shark. Oh. It's a table slam. I kinda want to play with Shark Dirk. Music stopped. So Koraidon an ancient Pokemon. No one has seen it before. You're gonna let me battle Koraidon right now? He doesn't even come with his Pokeball. Alright. That was the first I heard coming from the past myself. It was just some weird Pokemon my mom brought home all those we lived together in Lighthouse Life for a little while. My mom made me promise to keep it secret and to take care of her too. That's why you knew so much about it. Yeah, but then one day Koraidon just went nuts against some wild Pokemon. We folks doing never end up seeing it, so the secret was out. My mom took it and went back to Area Zero. Looking for a different age. If people found out, it would be all over the news. Let's see, mom cried on the game for that for ages. Looking back at that, it seems stupid, but I think last my mom cousin cried on. It was the worst feeling ever. He cried on everything about it. Didn't want to talk about it. Sorry for not telling what I understood. Should be sorry. Shoot, then. The coolest thing ever. Before we forgot, it's so fast. It is so fast. God damn. Why cyclists are the tinier version with less stats? No idea. I think could it be like the human thing as well? You know, like ancient human. We used to bonk stick and very strong. And now look at me, I'm like chunk and can I even lift something that's more than 20 kilograms. Oh. It's the rock. Oh, I never caught this one. Quick ball! Quick ball. God, that was so close though. I mean, the defense rose sharply. This doesn't kill, does it? Fuck, okay, it's too painful. No, I suck. Hi. I cheated. You think you can capture me like this? You think you can fight me, huh? No way. You cannot fight me when I'm in selfie mode. That's right, game. You think you can fight me, huh? No, when I'm in selfie mode, bitch. Humans have technology to make up for it. Fair. If you had a buddy Pokemon like Pikachu's relationship to Ash, what Pokemon would it be? Oh, it's a question that Tom asked me. I believe I answered Noivern. Because Noivern #1. It's either because I was struggling between Noivern and or Salazzle. And I was like Salazzle is like my very favorite Pokemon. So is Noivern. I feel like Salazzle is just like a lizard, right? Like there's a little lizard here, and there's so many Tichak around the house, so might as well just choose. Yeah, choose Noivern. Will be KI. Olon Senshu? It's a new one. Hi Sparky Flyer. Samurott? Ooh. Okay, you can fight. Samuratt's an interesting choice. Come on, quick ball. Quick ball, don't fail me. I can't damn it, quick ball. How do I capture this? It's dark type. Is it afraid of crunch? Yeah, it's not afraid of crunch. Are you flying type? Oh, this is after hype. This is after Nasty Claw. Hisuian Zoroark? Hisuian Zoroark? Zoroark? I mean, Zoroark's cool, but he I don't know what Hisuian is. honorable mention would be Typhlosion. Oh, fair. My honorable mention would be Totodile. Like, Totodile just went and go around and bite everything. Oh, so adorable. Oh, please miss. Thank you. Oh. Huh, am I not in the cave? Oh, please miss. Thank you. Olon and Hisuian are regional variants of Pokemon. Hisuian, I never heard of Hisuian. I mean, to be fair, I stopped playing Pokemon at like Black 2. 5th gen, essentially. I stopped at 5th gen and then skipped to this game because I never owned any like handheld console. Oh yeah. Great Ball? Whoa, Great Ball OP! Great Ball OP! Let's go. Hi, Grip. An Alpha Hisuian Samurott in Legend Arceus? Oh, Hisuian is in the Legend Arceus that I never played before. No wonder I don't know what. No wonder I don't know about it. Okay, okay, that makes a lot of sense. Is that the biggest evolution of Minecraft? Oh my god, look at... It's Minecraft! I'm gonna capture it. You're mine. Quick Ball. Always start with a Quick Ball, you never know. Oh! Oh, Quick Ball! Easy. Okay, what? Garcon will rub its fingertips together and sprinkle injured Pokemon with salt. That sounds bad. They had me in the first half. Even severe wounds will promptly heal afterwards. That sounds painful. But apparently, this thing's salt has healing capabilities? Okay. Sure. They got me in the first half, not gonna lie. Oh. Hey. You're so big. Screamtail. The name. Screamtail. Ah, Quick Ball. No, you could just slept. Please don't die. Oh, okay, that's good. That's not good. I love salt. You love salt. Fair enough. This is good, right? Yeah, this is good. If I can do 2 Bulldogs without it waking up, then that's good. Scream tail. The naming sense though. I love it.
Oh, that's how me'd imagine Screamtail's scream if me had no
Ah.
idea what it was. Minus the TTS pronunciation.
Minus the TTS pronunciation. Pokeball? I'm the hug it. It does look very huggable. It is still Jigglypuff. Hi Penny. Hi Penny. Why are you there? God damn it, Penny, it's all because of you. See, sometimes you're just gonna shift blame. The power of shifting blame. How many PP does Rest has? 10? 15? I could probably use the timer ball if this still doesn't work. Nice. Fairy sidekick? There's only one reported sighting of this Pokemon. It resembles a mysterious creature depicted in an old expedition journal. What's the most edible Pokemon? Isn't there like a cake Pokemon? I want to eat cake. Oh, there's an apple dragon. Very healthy. Like, you see it and you want to shove it down your throat. That's a little bit aggressive. Probably the cake Pokemon, but I don't know what it is. Only one, huh, game? Only one? Goddamn lie, look at that. There's another one here. Delicious. I don't know what the cake name is called. Dunsparce! The cute Pokemon. Hi. Oh, bye. Wow. This is a Pokemon that's in trouble in the wild because it's too tasty. Take a bite of Applin? Applin is just an apple. Yeah. Sure looks healthy. Oh my gosh, look at all these huge, gorgeous crystals that go all the way down to the bottom. Looks good, if only the frame rate is not this bad. Evolves in an apple pie. I evolved mine into like a flying apple. One sleep, maybe we can kiss our short lives goodbye. What if I just hide? Just horn. So the professor's down there somewhere waiting for us. And that's fine. Totally fine. Ooh. Oh, that's mine. Alright team, watch yourselves and let's get to the bottom of this thing. This place looks unreal. Maybe there really is treasures down here like the stories say. Yeah, this place looks... This place is like something from a whole other world. Makes you feel like maybe you already died and went somewhere. Is it just me or do the crystal here gives off the same glow as when Pokemon Terra Cereal Star Eyes? Yeah, there's gonna be connection. You just got that now, Penny? Slow. Only one way to find out. Jump! Let's keep moving. Let's go all the way down. Yeah, jumping away is way faster. Oh, what you gonna get? A few broken bones? a few broken bones. I can't. Whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah, I can walk it off. It's fine. I'm spinning! I'm spinning! Oh, I caught you. Die. Mmm, delicious bird meat. Can you? Crunch. Crunch. Flittle down? I get flittle down after... Oh wait, no, that's the ostrich. So I get nothing? Do you know where I am? Do you know... Oh, you have pathfinding? Oh, you have pathfinding? Okay. Do dance bars! Oh my god. Can I have you, please? Don't run away. Just stay on your arm that keep the leg intact when walking. That's... What about my arm though? What about my arm? Quick ball. Oh god. Crunch. I'm gonna take a bite out of the dance bar. Dude, the dance bars? Why? Isn't dance bars just like a... What is dance bars? Is it food? Please don't die. Oh no, no, wait, no, wait, no, God, no, what? You shit, you little shit, you just... Fine. I'm in pain. If you want arms instead, better train handstand. I'm scared. Oh, there's another one. Fight me! Oh, come on! You're cheating. How did I get up there? I want that dance bar is just hiding. That dance bar is just cheating. It's activating Game Shark. So Carter came to our age through the time machine. They lived here a while with the professor along with another one of his kind. That seems to be the story. So we brought it back home, kind of. Or to its second home at least. It's a place should be familiar to it, sure. It's great, chance to unwind and bask in the... This is... Yeah, joke. This is eager to find its body anytime soon. Really? I'm scared because we're so high up. Huh? Say we're scared of heights. You said it! Given how Koraidon was acting earlier, I think something bad happened to it here. You know, Shaky is seeing a place he got bad memories of PTSD. Yeah. Do you being know about my class? Just think about it, school making hide away somewhere, so I know how it feels. Roach? I'm gonna erase you, just like map stuff. Since here you're better forming more, right? So I think it's possible. But it's so sad we can do something to make it feel better. I'm not just saying because it's super badly with a battle Koraidon myself. In a mostly good way. And shit just ran by so fast, I cannot even read it. That's why wild Pokemon are not as dangerous. It's a bug. I ate a bug as a kid. Yummy roach? Oh god. If I see a bug, I am... Let's just say that I'm absolutely terrified of bugs. Yeah. Have I caught you before? Hi. What? What was that? Oh wait, you are a Paradox Pokemon. Flutter Mane? Quick Ball? Oh, Quick Ball! Quick Ball OP! Gonna love Quick Ball. Flutter Mane is amazing. Another fairy type. This Pokemon has characteristics similar to those of Flutter Mane, a creature mentioned in a certain book. Your favorite Pokemon? I can see why. Flower. Yeah, it does kind of resemble a flower, does it? Like a beautiful flower. Hi, malicious magpie. The Dragon Paradox more. There's a Dragon Paradox? Say no more. Where do I find it? I need it right now. Where's the Dragon Paradox though? I want it. I need Dragon Pokemon. I need more. It's never enough. Come here, bird. Come here. I'm hungry. Violet is stuck with stupid robots. Oh, so Violet is just like all futuristic robots? Cappy! You look a little bit different. Cappy? Cappy? Oh, you are Cappy. Wait, why do you look a little bit different? Oh, you're Gibble, sorry. No, there's no way I cannot kill Gibble. Gibble is just a shrimp ball. Like, look at Gibble, just a shrimp ball. Don't. Hi, please don't. One at a time, please. I'm your Shark Duck. I'm a mama. Shark Duck is female. No, don't squash Gibble. Go, run away from here. Hi, Dunsparce. Bye, Dunsparce. Gibble is so adorable. I cannot kill Gibble. Oh, another Flutter Mane. Oh, is that the baby thing? I think if I jump down here, I'll reach there, no? Maybe not. What happens if I jump down, though? Oh yeah? You think the force field is gonna help you? Nah, no with my stupid brain. Get down! Don't be fooled! It's actually possible? Goodbye, world. Oh, shit! You headed back to the other so you wouldn't get separated. That's it? That sucks. Better disable the lock from inside the I actually cheated. I fucking cheated. The research station is just in front of me now. I'm the best at this game. I have activated Game Shark. 10 of them. You might ask me what the codes are. I'm not even gonna tell you. That's stupid. I just jumped down and I reached the research station. I will swallow Gibble whole. No! Not Gibble! Not Gibble! Not Gibble. Okay, Gibble cute. Gibble cute. Oh, that's a big Gibble. Oh, that's a big... Oh, look at you. Aren't you a chunky one? Look at you. Oh my god. What are you trying to do? Huh? Hi. Yeah, hi. Hi, how you doing? Yeah. Oh god, I love you so... Oh my god, look at you. Oh my god. Please, guys. Shut up. Are they all inside me now? And even the ostrich? Oh yeah, sure, okay. Oh, aren't you a chunky one? Oh my god. He picked us a Garchomp? Oh, I have one. Get in, get in. I don't know if my stomach is big enough to fit a Garchomp. Why would you want to eat a Garchomp? No, Garchomp's cool. I love Garchomp. Whoa, what happened? This place is a mess. It looks like something went berserk in here. Yeah, but what? Hello, children. And Professor Scarlet. I'm sorry. Why is everything here in here all busted up? I'm sorry. Hello, children. Children? We have two different Sada? We're two different Professor Sada? Oh fuck. Oh shit, I'm scared. Children. Children. Hello, children. Initiating restart. I mean, even if it's a connection problem, why would Professor Sada say children?
Childna.
Childna. It was definitely weird, at least. Almost like, I don't know. If she meant it as a joke, it wasn't funny. I still got goosebumps and all. Children. No. Children. Hello, children. Does anyone say hello, children? Even teacher doesn't say hello, children. Teacher just says hello, class, or good morning, or good afternoon, evening, class. Something like that. Children? Hello, no. No. You know what you need to do, better press it. All locks disabled. Why is that AH sounds that looks different? Wait, why is everything look so janky? Can you hear me now? Please forgive my previous transmission. There seems to be some signal interference. That's not what that was. It's not. It's a different Professor Sada. Blocks has all been disabled at last. Please make your way now to the Zero Lab, which lies at the very bottom of Area 0. Oh, it's a different Professor Sada! Oh shit! Oh, I love this. Oh fuck. Oh, this is great. Oh, this is great. Oh, time. Okay, good god. Thank god it's only 4. Alright, let you go. Something about the professors now, right? Mm-hmm. That guy jazzed? Maybe big time jazzed. You see a doctor that's just not right. Say, I'm pretty sure the call was really... Never mind, it's nothing. Shut... No, it's not nothing. You pussy, you seem kinda down. No matter how things turn out, you see this true, Droxen. Electric Terra Shard? Here?
Ahoy, me children. What's rocking in da crib, buddies? All fresh, all stretch?
In the crib, buddies. Ahoy, me children. Help. I'm scared. Oh. Kill. I actually kind of wanted high dragon.
Emotional damage.
No, you. Yeah, I actually kind of wanted Hydreigon. Hydreigon looks hot. Not gonna lie, Hydreigon looks really hot. But I don't know how to evolve it. And I don't know which one to change because I love all of my Pokemons right now. I think that's how the youth speaks nowadays, no? I don't know. Wouldn't they all be like, ooh, sup B? Emoji triple water droplets. Clown emoji. It's not very hard to evolve. Is it just level? Oh, it reflects. Does it reflect me? No, it doesn't. You sir? Help! Oh god! Well, I activated Game Shark again. Whoa! I'm not going back up. I am not going back up. So just give it levels? Okay. But I don't know which one to change. I love all of them. Even though I have Koraidon, and Koraidon is... Cyclizar is technically Koraidon. Or the other way around. Sorry, I got lured in by Shiny. It's just a Cobalt thing. I cannot resist. It's just a Cobalt thing. Praise weapon that I never use. Maybe I want a Hydreigon. Maybe I want to change out Cyclizar. But I love Cyclizar. Just remember the fire poison your team will crumble anything ice fairy. No, limited stays, definitely. What's up, my Joe Jibble Jibble? You get cancelled on Discord, or? Yet my absolute fanboy think that I think that's how they would talk. That's cringe, or based, as they say. Am I old now? I'm not old. I'm like 26. I'm not old. I'm gonna change away Cyclizar. Like, right now. Kinda sad though, but... Jijak will be missed. Maybe I need to catch a new one. Hey, come here. Do I need to catch a new one? Can I just change name here? Although I think I have one. Come on, man. That's not what I pressed. I have one Blind Dirk in my boxes. Just need to get it out and give it all the EXP crystals. Alright, just need to find where the Blind Dirk is. Snake too. Good Dirk. Wait, Good Dirk is here. Blind Dirk should be nearby. No? Where's my Blind Dirk?
Me thinks this song summarizes the situation pretty well. You're old. You're old. Groaning like a geezer. Feel yourself a cracklin'. Like an old has been. Look at yourself, old man. You've got multiple chins cause you're old.
Multiple chins because you're old. Let me just go find a corner and go cry. I'm just gonna step away for a little bit. Multiple chins because I'm old. Oh god. Darth Vader has chosen you to join the cult, my Shakespearean eldritch horror. I think I have multiple chins. But then I mean, I can force out a double chin since I'm quite chunky myself. Oh, I can search. Oh no, what's the real name called? It's Dragon and Dark. Or just search for Dragon, I guess. Oh, there it is. There must be Blind Dark. Ah! Meeting speed is 1, but it's wide. Wow, wide chin. Alright. It's nice knowing you, Tita. Welcome. Oh shit! My team is all female. My team is all female if I change Tita. Alright, cool beans. Let's give all EXP shard to Blind Dark. I have no EXP shard. Oh, whatever shall I do? Oh. Hey, Blind Dirk! Zuelus. Well, I guess I have to slowly grind it up, huh?
Yep.
Hi, Narix. Good morning. Even though it's not morning. Give. You get lucky egg. Okay, time to do some mass killing in game. Don't ban me, Twitch. Or maybe do some Terra raids, I guess? Kill. Why are you guys in the floor? What's your type again? Oh. Good for in the morning? Oh my god. Yeah. I got it. Yeah. Oh, it's Dudan Spars. You're mine. Doing some raid dance. Nice. Should probably go get some raid dance, but now I'm inside area 0. I just want to get out now. Might as well just finish this for now. Is my alert box not working? David Tomanek. Sorry if I butchered your name. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate. How you doing? Let me check my... Did I accidentally disable my alert box is the question. You fly? Greentail flies? I'm scared. No, alert box is here. Maybe if I refresh it. Hopefully this fixes things. Okay, where do I go? This one? Looks like a big door. Also, I have a question. I hope this doesn't come and ruin the way, but what is your accent? I love it. Oh, I'm from Malaysia. I don't know if I would call it an accent. Since English is not really my mother tongue. I am Chinese. 我是讲华语的。我是华人呐。But then because I'm on Twitch, so I decided to just speak English instead. But yeah, thank you. It's not rude. Don't worry. It's not rude at all. If I appreciate it, thank you. Destroy. Or 7. Okay. I just need to find. Oh, there must be it. Get in, kill. Gotcha. And I noticed that Southeast Asians usually don't stream on Twitch, or like don't stream like at all. Very rarely it happens, I would say. Have we finally reached the deepest part? We made it! Ready to see if those legends of treasure down here are for real? Yeah, right. That's just fluff they write. To fill the textbooks. Hello, children. No! Who are you? You've done well to make it here. The structure you see before you is the Zero Lab. That's where you are, right, Professor? But wait, why does it look like the whole place is being swallowed up by crystals? The crystals here in Area Zero possesses a peculiar energy. This energy can alter the functions of living things and optimize the performance of machinery. It is the same energy that allows Pokemon to Terra Serial Starrise. So this entire building's been Terra Serial Starized? Is that what you're saying? Don't be silly, Arvin. The professor implied something important about Terra Options now. They're made from crystals down here in Area Zero, aren't they? Indeed, though not many know it. And since you've disabled all 4 locks, the gate up to the Zero Lab should now open for you. But once you open the gate, you will quickly be confronted with a dangerous Pokemon inside. They will likely make a break for freedom. That sounds like a problem. With the 4 of you walking together, you should be able to best them. Prepare yourselves well, then open the gate. You got me and Droxen here, doesn't matter what we're up against, we'll be fine. Heh, well then. That put all my worries to rest. Good, finally, Arvin, jeez. You just gonna believe me and my dragon Pokemon. This Kobold destroys everything. Don't worry about it. Shouldn't it be easy to run past 4 people? I know, right? Like, don't even care about trying to fight the 4 people, just run away. I gotcha. I love how I can interact with them. Alright, let's do a quick save. And fight. Open the gate to Zero. Go, good. Sorry, I didn't mean to bonk the mic. Oops. Zero Lab, yes. Whoa. Every problem is resolved with battle, even if not battling would be way easier. Hold it. You wanna fight me still? Huh? Why? We're finally at the cusp of getting into the lab. Look, if it's true that a bunch of really dangerous Pokemon might come at us, then shouldn't we also have Caridon help? But Caridon's scared. Yeah, if Caridon were like how we first saw it in that grotto, there would be a huge help. I wanna see it battle. But it hasn't even wanted to let us ride it ever since we came down to Area Zero. And it can't enter its battle form in the first place. But it's really strong, I know it is. It ate all those Herba Mystica we found too. When it really matters, I'm sure it'll fight. And Area Zero is where it used to live. If you bring out all of it, if you bring it out of its ball now, maybe it'll be able to find its family too, right? That's pretty sensible by your standards, Aaron. I don't know. Whoa, right. Go on, Droxen, let Koraidon out. No. Come on, it'll be fine. Even if Koraidon can't fight, I'll protect it, okay? Why ask? Why ask? Why ask? I love Koraidon. Hi, Koraidon. Major spoilers on my point from the stream. I must still love it though. Oh, have you not played it? Is it different from Violet? Akia? Alright, come on, Droxen. Now that we got Koraidon ready, it's time to open that gate. Come on, don't scare Koraidon like that. Time to obtain the Koraidon for battle. That'll be great. I got a coup. Is it just me or do I absolutely hate these alarm noises? Oh! Oh shit! Whoa! The family reunion is happening! No way! Uh-oh. No, it's so scared. Oh, why? No, why are you bullying? No, something's not right. Oh, did this Koraidon betray? Like, because... Okay, here's my theory. The one that's trying to hit the Koraidon, the other Koraidon. Okay, wow, cheesecake stinky. I'm trying to theory this game. Hi, Chi. Hi, cheesecake. How you doing? Some sort of betrayal happening here, right? The other Koraidon is trying to get back into the time zone. Not stay here, I mean. Because they got forcefully summoned here with from a time machine. So this one ran away from Area Zero, whereas the other Koraidon is trying to fight its way back to the time where it used to be. That's my guess anyway. I mean, I might be right, you never know. I is good, just vibing and heading to bed. Good to know, good to know. But god, looking at scared Koraidon made me cry. I'm sad now. What's wrong? Are you bummed that your heartwarming family reunion got cut off so quickly? And Nemona, you're not that dense, are you? Are you joking? There was nothing heartwarming about it. We were this close to getting caught up in a nasty brawl. Wait, for real? Nemona, I love you so much, god damn it. Wishing a fightful bed? I'm pulling in an all-nighter? Oh god. I used to do that, but now I cannot do it anymore. Because body conditions and shit. Just look at Koraidon, poor thing's terrified. Guess the other one isn't exactly its pal. Yeah, the other Pokemon is giving off some real bad vibes. Not that you should worry a thing about any of that. Once you get back into the battle form, I'm sure you'll be going toe to toe against that jerk. If you know. If you want to. Kills. Koraidon is sad, no? I love Koraidon though. Sorry, I guess that doesn't really help, huh? Do you think that the Koraidon was one of the dangerous Pokemon the professor warned us to watch out for? But then the professor said the dangerous Pokemon would come out from inside. I mean, from inside the gate, which... Oh, hey! There you are. Hi. Hi. Sad Koraidon noises makes me cry. I know, right? I prefer Miraidon, and now this is gonna make me cry. I know. Kakobareta. It's pretty obvious that I'm not here to roll out a friendly welcome mat. There's no way we can handle this many. And don't tell me they're all ancient Pokemon. It's Among Us! Oh, it's Among Us! Oh my god! Hi and bye, go play Pokemon. Yeah, go play Pokemon. Don't watch YouTube. Go play Pokemon. Don't watch my stream. Don't spoil yourself. Now it's so silly. It wouldn't be very dangerous to beat it up. Probably not. Among Us. A little disaster on our hands here. Koraidon. Look, even that fellow's ready to bail. Then I guess it's my turn. I've been waiting. Oh, look at Nemona. Nemona. Can you trade with me? I want my Haunter to evolve. I mean, I never... I traded once with some random people for the sake of Dragapult. But other than that, I never really traded. Oh no. Yeah. I cannot bring up my blind dirt currently. Yeah, just keep spinning. I'm sure it's gonna be fine. Nice too. This is a Warfrown challenge. Sprout walkout. Hey. Good morning, Sprout. I'm glad you're on our side, but you're still really annoying when you say stuff like that. Among Us. Why are you coming at me? It's nice knowing you too, Flower. Thanks for hanging around. Oodles? Crunch? Am I gonna eat a mushroom? I'm gonna eat a mushroom. It's right. Oh, your name is Brood Bonnet. Brood Bonnet. Nice. Not one, no damage. Flinched? Oh. He's fucking to get some water. Hey, gonna get that hydration. Gonna get that hydration fixed. So I can keep the phone for some reason. God, the ancient past must have been terrifying. Whoa, Koraidon! Damn, Koraidon's so strong. They're running away. Yeah, and? If those Pokemon get out, we're gonna have a gigantic mess on our hands. We're gonna go after the Penny. Why me? Oh, wait. No, why did I get the feeling of enjoying all this? I hope the two of them can handle their part. But at least the crowd's been thinned out now. Guess it's up to us to deal with what's left. Strong looking one. Flutter Mane is strong. Flower's still here. Oh, it's fairy type, right? Oh, it is fairy type. Oh no. Okay. Eat ghost, eat paper, eat clothes. Nice. See, we both speak the same language. We crunch. We crunch the ghost. See, the power of friendship had us perfectly in sync. All thanks to our Titan hunting together. Okay, Aaron. Oh, Koraidon. Koraidon. You worry you might have to face that other one of your kind? Well then, let me take on some of the burden. Whoa, Aaron. These stragglers should be nothing. Me and my boss Steve here can take them. You take your partner there and go take care of business. Alright, I mean, in a situation like this, when they tell me to do this, yeah. Also, Sprout is non-binary, but he's also by male pronouns. They just prefer they, them. Alright, noted. I'll try to keep that in mind. Oh yeah, I go with she, they, right? And I'm just having fun with voice mods. I'm sure you guys know this. My positive can't wait to battle either. There's a big mouth. Alright on. You really ruined my whole childhood, you know. But it's not like seeing you cowering and scared out of your wits makes me feel any better about it. You've got amazing powers if you just use them. And you've got us too, so... Don't you even think about losing to that jerk. You got this. Koraidon is the best. Well, my Koraidon is the best. Our Koraidon is the best. You brave, stand out and fight. God, Aaron is so cool here. Hey, you sure you don't need help? Hi, can I talk to you? Cannot talk to you? I love how they're still looking at me. Non-binary boyfriend? Always had trouble knowing what to replace the boyfriend word with. Significant other? Maybe? I mean, that's what I would go for. I mean, it's a mouthful. Yeah, it's quite a mouthful, I have to admit. Bestie? Hi. Alright, I'm going in. What? Is this really where I came in from? Just pitch black? Hi, Professor. I don't trust this professor. Human presence detected within the Zero Lab. Is Professor Robot? Better than Bestie. You are a robot, aren't you? Professor Sana is a machine? Deactivating sleep mode? What the fuck? Wow, hi. Oh, okay. I know instead of Mr. or Mrs. non-binary and neo-pronoun user use mix. The X is very popular for that purpose. Like, good morning, Mix Droxen. Mix, right? It's not Miss or Mrs. That's so cool though. Hello Droxen, thank you for coming. Hi. Master Ball? No, back to your ball. Oh? That one is far less tractable and far more aggressive than the one you've traveled with. Your Koraidon fled Area 0 because it lost to the other one in a territory struggle. Oh, no wonder. Should have guessed it. I'm afraid there is something for which I must apologize. I am not the true Professor Sada. Yeah, I figure as much. Then who are you? I am an artificial intelligence the professor created, imbued with her memories and knowledge. In short, I am an AI-powered robot. AI in every game? Help. The real professor passed away during the incident that destroyed Research Station number 4. Passed away? Died? Shit. The Pokemon was not to be blamed. It was the original professor who failed to accurately judge its full power. I believe the professor wanted nothing more for the Koraidon to survive and thrive. That is why she threw herself in front of your Koraidon in an attempt to protect it. From the time I first reached out to Director Clavel and asked to be put in contact with you, I was never more than an AI. Droxen, the reason I asked you to come to me is because I have one last thing to do here at the Zero Lab, and I desire your help. In short, battle me? I wish for you to put a stop to the time machine the original professor created. Yeah, sounds about right. Time machine's never good. Any questions can be addressed as we make our descent. Follow me. I don't know how to pronounce it, to be honest. Same. Thank you for bullying Koraidon to the surface, otherwise we wouldn't have had it. Yeah. But also sad. Time machine brings new Pokemon? If used well, I guess it's good. But then again, human hard. Booster energy. Is it like a hold item? Oh, it is. To be held by Pokemon with certain abilities, the energy that fills this capsule boosts the strength of the Pokemon. Can I give this to Koraidon? No? Alright. Oh, can I choose Koraidon here? No? Alright, okay. As long as it brings cool stuff. I mean, Koraidon is very cool. This elevator will take us down to the lower level. Step inside. Step inside. I need more XP shards. It truly is a great relief to me that you came. I will answer any questions you may have. Is there anything you wish to know? I know what an AI is. What happened to a real professor? You told me. What is this time machine? The time machine is a device that the original professor and I worked on together. It sends Pokeballs to a different point on the timeline to catch Pokemon there, and it can then draw them back here to the present. When she was alive, Professor Sada had a great fascination with Pokemon from another age. What you might call ancient Pokemon. Sorry. Even as we speak, the time machine continues to automatically draw ancient Pokemon to this time. AI? Accumulate draws the original professor knowledge and memories to calculate all of my thoughts and actions. The result of those calculations are expressed by this mechanical body, built to resemble the professor in every way. Humanity does not, in fact, possess the knowledge to develop such an sophisticated AI at present. But the crystals that make up the Zero Lamp have made such a thing possible here. They are also why I cannot leave this place. No longer exist, yeah? Destruction of the research station, her physical body received grievous injuries that left it unable to sustain life. I am afraid that this fate may be difficult for her son Arvin to accept. I now manage the Zero Lab in the original professor's place. What does he really want? The original professor had a dream of a world in which ancient Pokemon might live alongside the present-day Pokemon in harmony. Very less likely. But these Pokemon powers seem to stem from a primal energy of the ancient past, and this energy has proved too terrible. Their very existence brings destruction to the ecological balance of this modern age. The original professor would say that such destruction is a natural part of life. At present, the barrier around Area Zero is still working to keep the ancient Pokemon from escaping into the rest of Paldea. But we've begun to see Pokemon appear that can break the barrier, such as Great Tusk. Eventually they will break free of this walled garden known as Area Zero and run rampant across the Paldea region. Like there's like a Titan Pokemon that's a Paradox Pokemon. Paradoxes? Unable to sustain life on the way to say someone died? Yeah. And when they do, the rich and varied ecosystem of Paldea will be trampled beneath their coming. I may have been created as a copy of the professor, and yet I cannot seem to find a logic in allowing such a tragedy to occur. But any hope of preventing it will require overcoming the greatest AI that the original professor ever devised. Droxen, you have become a formidable trainer. Now use that strength you have gained to destroy the dreams Seda once cherished. Why bother asking, dude? No. This task cannot be done without your strength. Please, I beg you. Bitch, what is the point of asking the questions? We've reached the lowest level. Whoa. Trippy. Behold! This is a time machine we perfected using the power of the terrestrial phenomenon. All the streamers do this stuff for hours? How tired do y'all get? Oh, very tired. But something about... I think I just enjoy doing this, that's why. No other reasons, to be honest. Like, this is my own... I would consider me doing this as like my own safe space, since in Malaysia, people don't take LGBTQIA+ very friendly. So I consider this as like a safe space, not just for me but for everyone, and I feel great being here. So yeah, maybe this is like a big motivation for me to do this. It's fun, it's great, it feels very, very nice. Bundle of unusual energy. When streams were gonna last for 9+ hours, yeah, I've been there. I mean, I started 11 back then, now I started 12. To stop the time machine, you will need to use the Professor's ID, which has been embedded within the Scarlet book. It was really like the professor to put the final key we would need in that book, of all places. She'd loved that volume since childhood. If you place the Scarlet book upon the pedestal here, you will be able to stop the time machine. There is just one issue. If you try to stop the machine, oh wow, I will most likely attack you. What the fuck? Why? Oh, thanks, Pinky. Oh, AI. Artificial being that I am, my own desires can't be overridden by the system's programming. Once that happens, I'm afraid I will become no more than a battle machine, bound to defeat anyone identified as an obstacle by my code. My battling abilities are peerless, they are built upon analysis of all the battles carried out by the various champions of the Paldea region. Having seen a bond between you and your Pokemon, however, I believe you can prevail. Once you ready yourself for this fight, please place the Scarlet book upon the pedestal. Oh boy. With 152 level Pokemon, I'm sure this will go well. Ay. I got this. Look, dragon types are OP, man. Let me just start with Knife Dirk, because I need a dragon dance. Alright, here we go! Final fight! Access granted. Initiating images is shut down. Oh. Access denied. Oh fuck. Shutdown commands overridden. Reinitializing. It's up to you now, Droxen. Switch to sleep mode, activating offensive protocols. Oh fuck. Holy shit! Please defeat me. At last. My dream is within reach. You're not getting in the way. Oh shit, okay. Oh, that's cool. I'm having goosebumps. A bit over-leveled? What? I mean, I guess I picnic a lot. Initiated the battle? Oh, that's different. Fuck, this is cool. I mean, to be fair, yeah, I picnic a lot. I just sort of run around a lot because I want to take pictures of Pokemons. Oh yeah, before I start this battle, let's go to short trip. How much? 551 pictures. Yeah, I guess that explains something. The Slither Wing? Wow. Oh, you look so cool though. I don't know who you think you are, but I'm not about to let anyone get in the way of my goals. Breaking the mold. I'm gonna do one dragon. Cute, I know. Oh, it's a cute bug. Isn't this Volcarona? This one has legs. Oh dang. Ancient past holds splendid, isn't it? I guess. Can you hold this? Aren't you fire? I got lied to, it's actually fighting type. What the fuck? I thought it's fire type. Well then. I tried. Oh, there it is, Screentail. A very familiar name. I love how it's all Master Ball. No! Why are you faster? No, I Dragon Danced. the wealth of data at my disposal of your human brain? Yeah. This is bad. This is not bad. I just hope I'm faster. Limzard is fast. It should be fine. Go Limzard! Destroy! Whee! Oh fuck. Now this is interesting. Child, do you actually understand ancient Pokemon's weaknesses? Oh, E.G. Scream tail. Oh no, I'm dead. Oh, Limzard! Go Limzard! Kill! No items, no items. Alright, no items. I will only use item when opponent use item. So yeah, that's the rule I give myself. Steel glass. Lizard so strong. Bird bonnet. I think bird bonnet. Limsa is good against bird bonnet. I might get light to again. It might not be. Oh, it is. Eat shit. Oh. Goodbye, world. No, Limzard. I got this. Oh, moisturize? I will, Breaky. Thank you. Thank good luck. Oh, watch me. I got this. Watch this. Oh, bitch, you got sucker punch? Okay, fine. Flutter Mane? I still don't know what Flutter Mane is. Fairy type? Ah, my only fairy type walk around dead. Well, fainted. Oh, Limzard. I need you, Limzard. Yeah, now I can only bet for I can only bet for I can, what's it called? Flinch. Flinch, 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 flinch. Come on, flinch, 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 flinch. No! I'm dead! Oh. Come on, man, you got this. Flinch. Flinch. I'm gonna chant. Flinch. 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 Got the fuck. Okay, fine. It's okay. Watch me. I haven't busted up my Mama Dirk. Astonish is super effective. Oh, it's ghost type, yeah. Oh, it's dark and fairy? Ghost type is good against dark? Huh. Should I astonish it? No, this guy is Dragon Fang. I'm gonna bulldoze the shit out of this thing because I have soft sand. Music is hype though. Bulldoze! Fuck, I'm dead! Oh yeah, I still got this. Don't remember? It's okay. There's too many types, to be honest. Dorago Dorashu? Yeah. May also make the target flinch. Oh. No, you need this. No, you need Dragon Rush. No, you need Fine, I'm choosing it for you. You will... no hyper voice, because your SP attack is kinda bad. Pink and dark purple? Yeah. Sandy Shocks? What is Sandy Shocks? What is that? I'm not switching Pokemon. Oh. What the fuck is the what? You are not electric, aren't you? I'm still gonna do it anyway since I have soft sand. Oh, idiot! No! Oh, thank God. I win. I win. Why is there an ancient form of this? I don't know. It's my least favorite. I can see why. It's metal electric. Oh, I win. Oh my god, lucky. Takedown? No. You don't need takedown. It's fine. If Pokemon skip learning moves or forget old moves, they can learn them again. Open the main menu, select a Pokemon, and then select check summary. On the status screen, go to the move and stats tab to check your Pokemon's move and help it remember some. Thanks, game. Could have been easy if you tell me about this about a few months back. Roaring Moon. Moon? Oh, it's another fairy type? God damn it. Everything's proceeding within my expectations. I'm sure the probability of your winning is 0. Wonder if this is Luna Ala. Oh! Whoa! Oh! Oh! Oh my god! Oh my god! I want Roaring Moon! Oh, please! Oh, goodbye world. Yeah. It's fast, it's fast. I don't think Mama Dirk is faster. I might lose here. You are not fairy type, aren't you? Dragon Tatsu! Whee! Oh, you're a dragon type, okay. Are you a Salamence? Dude, that looks so fucking good! Oh, no Terrorize? Okay. Bakana! I win. The power of Mama Dirk. It is Salamence, okay. Salamence looking really hot. I win. GG. Hi, Arvin. Did someone bump out the contrast? What is this? Did you already beat all the baddies without me? Okay, out with it, you. Who are you, really? Thank you for everything. The time machine has finally... She has finally been stopped. You're not really my mom, are you? Oh, look how big you've grown. So proud of you, my... Oh man. Sorry you were alone so long, Arvin. So it's not really... What? Threat the time machine detected? What's going on now? Another army of Pokemon on its way. Demona, please! It cannot be! Oh... An obstacle is preventing the time machine from performing as intended. Activating Paradise Protection Protocol to remove the offending obstacle. Was keeping the time machine running truly all the professor cared about? Oh shit. Locking all Pokeballs except those registered to Seda's ID. Wait, what? Shit! Gathering Oh. This is too much for you. Oh shit. I didn't think this game has good story. But holy shit, the game just slapped me in my face. Whoa! Whoa, that's so good! Oh fuck. Oh, I love this. Uh-oh. It's not working! Oh, but... Hmm. No, I got this. Without Pokemon on the field. It's true. Our Pokeballs won't work. How are we supposed to even battle? I don't know. Throw something at it. Pokédoll! Use! You can hear Director's voice echoing in your head. It's the Droxen. This hardly seems like the time or place. Shut the fuck up! I do whatever I want! Hey... Koraidon, you want to eat some berry? Your Pokemon unlocked, you can't use that item. Yeah, some crazy electrical signals jamming our Pokeballs. Even I can't get them open. Run. Running away will put us in danger. I love this game. That's totally cheating. You call yourself an adult? Hey. I don't know what to do. Oh no! Pokemon game has story. I know. This is like. Why is my... What the fuck, my... Why is my controller shaking? Whoa. Why are you shaking? Why are you trying to tell me, boy? Yeah, they're doing this again. Oh, it's Koraidon shouting. Yeah, you can hear it, right? Oh, that's so cool! I'm sorry, I love this. Swap in. Whoa! Koraidon! Oh! Oh, Koraidon! Shit! Oh my god! Oh! Oh, this is so fucking hype! That and Taiki playing Taiko. Oracle Compose? Oh my god, the music is so fucking good! Fighting a dragon type? Oh my god! I'm sorry, I'm having goosebumps. That's so good. Oh, that's good damage, right? It chased a better form. Why do I not have Taunt? Collision course? What is that? Transforms and crashes to the ground, causing a massive prehistoric explosion. Boosted more than usual if it's a super effective hit. Wow. Try it. You will fall here with this garden paradise and achieve nothing in the end. Sure. Ooh, that's more painful. Oh, this is so good. This is kinda how Karaidon breaks PvP. I don't have Terra. I cannot Terra Serious Starrise still, right? So I cannot do Terra Blast. Yeah, I'm not Terra Serious Starrise. Stretch that bone. I will after this. I'm just gonna spam Flamethrower then. It's not like there's anything I can do about it. Trying to eliminate me, huh? Where did I get bulk up? That move is good. Pictures to your TG. Okay. Thanks, Penny. Oh, I mean, there's not much I can do about it. I'm the superior 4, become foundation upon which my dream may what? Oh, help. Shit! Thanks, Karaidon. Whoa. What if I just keep enduring? What can I do? Hey, you want some... Here. I know you are not in the condition still, but here, have a full restore. Oh yeah, Giga Impact. I can Terra Serious Starrise, Koraidon? I'm just gonna spam Terra Blast. Whoa. Did I just use Ancient Power? I use Ancient Power, let's go. Terra Blasto! Get him! God, the music is so hype though. Woo! That's good damage. Nice, bro. Did he took anything? Not that I know of. One more! We win! Yeah! Good morning, Sprout. Paradise Protection Protocol. That is so cool though. I love how the more I wait, the more Karaidon's cry can be heard. It's like so cool. Can I say I love Karaidon? I mean, I've been saying that for so long. It's not going berserk anymore? How very astounding! To think that you will even manage to defy even the original professor's final protections. Are you back to normal? Yes, a completely unforeseen outcome, even for an AI possessing the most sophisticated technology ever conceived. Even on the brink of despair, you children did not give in and instead prove your worthiness. Showing the wisdom to think for yourselves, the courage to hold faith in your friends, and the fortitude to do what had to be done. No matter how difficult your own past may have been, I believe you will be capable of walking whatever path you chose to for yourselves now, with pride. I thank you, Droxen. I thank you. I thank all of you children. But I'm afraid that time machine cannot be put to a complete stop so long as I'm here. It appears I myself am part of the system that ensures the machine reboots when stopped. Huh? What does that mean? I'm sorry. You know, when I was watching you all on your adventures from down here, I felt a sense of jealousy. Yep, I don't know why the alert box is not working, but Infernal Kids. Wait, Infernal Reckless. Oh, sorry if I put your name. And thank you for the follow. Appreciate how you're doing. She's gonna commit soup us. No, wait, really? I envied your freedom. The way that you came together, working in league with your fellows and caring for them. The way that you sought strength and to better yourself, throwing all you are into your battles. The way that you will face down even the greatest enemies to save that which you loved. The way that you never cease to seek nor to fight for a treasure all your own. Akiki! I love your Koraidon, oh my god. It said that the clock thing can't be stopped, she exists. Yeah, true. The way that you soared free through the very skies on those wings of yours? I wish that I too might be as free as you all, free to seek out which I might treasure above all else, not found. Your own treasure. As long as I remain here, the time machine will not stop, for I am inextricably connected to it. So I've made a decision. I will use the time machine to journey to the world of the ancient past that I've dreamed of. Oh, that's different. What? You can just leave now, right when we finally reach you. I'm not going only so that the time machine can be stopped. I also cannot deny my desire to see that ancient world for myself. Is this what it feels like to have your heart raced with the thrill of adventure? Aren't you an AI though? I'm sorry that I kept the truth from you for so long. I inherited all the thoughts and wishes of the professor, so I understand better than any. Your mother truly loved you. You can't. You can just go and say a thing like that now. No? I suppose you're right, I'm sorry. Oh, the feels. I didn't expect Pokemon to have feels, god. I just want my dragon Pokemons, goddammit. Arvin cried on Droxen. It is a little sad, but I'm afraid this is goodbye. I beat you. Adieu. Does not exist in the past? I don't know. I mean, and this is not really... It's not really seppuku, but... I can't cry, fuck. I cry way too easily. I remember playing Lil Gator game and just crying up a storm. And now Pokemon makes me cry. How low have I gone? Oh god. Thanks. How could you just go? Mom. You okay, bud? Yeah, somewhere deep down, I kind of already knew it. I knew that thing was fake, but when it said my name using her voice and wearing her face, even if it was fake, it felt real, no? And so I just... I'm sorry, I don't know what I'm saying. That's okay. At least Coridon is still hot. I guess Coridon is sad too. Oh, but that battle form, how cool is that? It's so strong. Yeah. If it tries to nudge at me for a belly rub when it's huge like this, I still think I'm gonna die. Hey now, let's not skip over the big win here. Droxen and Coridon just save all of Paldia. Yeah. That's my bud. I'm Arven's bud. You know, Arven, even though the professor's gone, I bet she's finally having a real fun adventure of her own in the past. That's gonna cause some paradox, no? Yeah, thanks, Penny. Sorry. What should we do now? Let's head on out. Let's go home. This is short trip. This is long trip. But in the end, it's pretty much the same. Fuck. Let's go home. You said it. Come on, everyone. Let's make our way home. This is good writing. Like, for a Pokemon game? God. Well, I have to emphasize that for a Pokemon game, this is good. They never have, like, feels before. Because usually it's just like, you got your first Pokemon, I'm gonna go beat the shit out of the 8 gyms and just do the Elite Four, and then beat the champion, and hooray, you beat the game! Yeah, Pokemon's deep now. Actually, so fucking good. I'm glad. Take the long road home. Get a little more fun out of this adventure. Wow, Nemona. I don't really... Sounds great. If you can load out on snacks first, I'm in. Wow. Of course I'm in. The snacks. Good night, Inferno. Have good sleep. Coridon best.
You see tonight it could go either way.
Whoa! Oh, I mean, yeah, they always have credit scene, but singing?
To love and break, then to rinse and repeat it all again. I get stuck when
So good. I'm surprised Pokemon has story now. I'm so fucking happy as well.
somewhere beyond the clouds. You make me feel like my troubled heart is a million.
Emotional stuff isn't really that new, but it for sure is presented differently. Oh, it's not the first time they tried to do it? It's like a movie? I'll take it. It's better than just me taking my Pokemon and just brute force my way through the end of the game and that's it. Like, at least the three different paths make the game interesting enough for me to just go to see this through. And I'm excited for it too. I'm very happy that I played all of these. Like, of course, this game has this game is terrible in some cases. Frames, you know, optimization is really bad. Glitches still happens. Very, like, my casual play can cause, like, I just step on the stone with Coridon and I fall into the void. Yeah, that thing. right? Those things still happens, but if I look past all of that, this game is actually great. Being able to interact with Pokemons like this, yeah. I'll take it any day. This game's great. Although I would say that worm. Oh wait, this is what the 9th gen, right? The ninth generation of Pokemon. Still no voice acting? Even the most basics of voice acting? You know, having those cutscenes voice acted is gonna make so much of a difference, I would say. But man. Say worm! Sorry, I think it's my ADHD brain. Although one thing's for sure, the music for pretty much all Pokemon games is so damn good. It's so damn good. At least they keep nailing the music part. I'm glad. The music is fucking great. Why is there no voice acting still? Like, even the simplest of voice acting is gonna be so good. But no, they'd rather just like let them move their mouth and just put words below. It's like, fuck. Excuse me? Pokemon modeling is not much, and then Pokemon character modeling is so much? What? Character motion. Okay, so this is the animation. Character animation that much? How about Pokemon animation? Oh my god. The Pokemon team is so small. Ed Sheeran wrote the music? Wow. Celestial. Legendary Wolf team? Never heard of that before. Never played Sword and Shield. Intended to make a list of good themes in chat, but noticed it would be way over the text limit. You know... Thank you, Pokemon Scarlet. Oh, that's so good! Yes! Oh my god, Koraidon! We would still like it if the games had more time to actually be designed and developed. Calling students to the director's office. Droxen, Nemona, Arvin, Penny. Steven's office. Oh shit, okay. We're just students and we save the world. But I think that I guess to me, very personally, my favorite Pokemon theme in any Pokemon ever is the Zekrom and Reshiram theme, not Kyurem. Because Kyurem just added a little bit too much, not Kyurem. Reshiram and or Zekrom's theme. Because Kyurem's theme is actually different. They added a little bit more instrument into it. But I think I like Zekrom's and Reshiram's theme more. A lot more than Kyurem's. So yeah, that's mine. Although I have to say though, most Heart Gold and Soul Silver theme is also really good. Looks like the hero's finally here. Hi! Would you join us, Mr. Droxen? No. We're in for an earful, aren't we? Guess we'll find out soon enough. No need for concern, you two. I'm not angry in the slightest. I merely called you all here to discuss your fine achievements in this year's treasure hunt. You shut down the professor's time machine and thus prevented the ancient Pokemon from running rampant across Paldea. Your actions were truly outstanding in every regard, and I couldn't be prouder of you all. Though your decision to enter a strictly off-limit area was admittedly regrettable. You got us there. However, since this was necessary to protect Paldea and its precious ecosystem, I am willing to overlook that particular point. Thanks. So we're not getting ragged over the calls after all. Oh, before I forget, Master Droxen, there's something I would like you to have. Each of your friends have received one already, so this one is for you. Oh, thanks! The very best Pokeball with the ultimate level of performance. With it, you will catch any wild Pokemon without fail. Oh, and about the Hall of Fame badge I gave you a short while ago. That gift is one we bestow only upon students who achieve truly remarkable feats. I expect you to honor what that badge represents by striving always to serve as a model for your fellow students. I guess I'll try. Oh, well, I suppose you must be rather worn out from your recent adventures. And Master Arven, I was so sorry to hear about the professor. You my deepest condolences. Well. Yeah. It was pretty tough when I found out my mom had died. But weirdly enough, my head actually feels clear now, for the first time in ages. Congratulations, by the way, Ed Sheeran is you. Fair enough. I'm not into pop music. I'm more into game, jazz, classical pieces. Yeah, I'm more into those kind of music. So any like pop music, I have no idea. I only know a few celebrities, that's it. My pop music knowledge is very, very limited. This one? I'll give it a listen afterwards. Or let me just look at it. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire? I don't know about the remake. I never heard of the remake themes, but I would still prefer the original one, I guess, since I never listened to this one. I'm the game music and really anything chaotic, pretty much anything indie. That's fair, that's fair. Everyone has their own taste in music. Definitely. I can totally respect that. I got to learn a bit about my mom's research and what she was trying to achieve down there. I guess if you're building something as mind-blowing as a time machine, that takes priority over showering your son with attention, huh? All I know is I'm done feeling like some lost little kid. Done. Time to say goodbye and move on. I'm gonna enjoy every last day till graduation with my buds here, and my positive, of course. Well said, Master Arven. You truly are your mother's son. Of course, I must remind you that you've nowhere near enough credits to graduate. You'll need to study frantically to catch up, but I have every expectation of your success. What? And let us not forget the other good news. Our academy has a new champion. Though we sadly cannot make your valiant deeds in the great character known to the public, your new champion rank at least should be celebrated throughout the whole school. Ooh, I know how we should celebrate Pokemon Battle Contest. Thanks, Nemona. Seriously, can we not? Classic Nemona. A Pokemon Battle Contest, you say? While your own vested interest in such a venture are more than apparent, Miss Nemona, I think it's a fine idea. Wow, clever. I cannot believe you just said it's a fine idea. You just battle in a Pokemon game? Wow. Sure, that's good. Let's do it. But please understand that a large-scale event will be quite beyond us, with many other school activities to keep an eye on after all. Pardon my intrusion, I couldn't help but overhear. Who? Oh, hey, Gita. The Pokemon League will, of course, happily lend a hand in organizing this contest. La Primera! Well, a most kind offer, Chairwoman Gita. I do everything in my power to nurture young, up-and-coming talent. Though that's not to say only the youth have promise when it comes to Pokemon battles. A former gym leader, the developer of Pokédex app, this academy clearly counts many skilled trainers of Pokemon amongst its staff. As such, my suggestions is as follows. Students and staff should compete for the title of strongest trainer at the academy. Whoa. Cool beans. Now that's large scale. In the battle of teachers, you compete too, right, Primera? Is that even allowed? The chairwoman's not part of the academy, right? Actually, I think she's the chairwoman of the school board as well as the Pokemon League. Wait, for real? I mean, I knew she was on another level, but wow. Thank you for the invitation, Champion Demona. I would gladly take your kind offer to compete alongside you all, but I'm afraid my schedule is already packed tight with work that I simply must attend to. Aw, can't you free out some time somehow? Well, I suppose I might be able to participate if Droxen would agree to lend me a hand with my work. First of all, fuck you, game. Where's my choice? No! Why would I want to work? I'm a kid! Still on a journey to decide to describe what music me like. Still undefined. Yeah, I mean, I do love a lot of different kinds of music, but I guess these are the general ones that I love. Child labor? Oh shit! Where should I start? Where should I start? Excellent answer. Much obliged. I've been forced to. I mean, I definitely did not force you to do it. No. To get straight to it, I would like you to go and inspect Paldea's various gyms in my stead. Are they fulfilling their duties as beacons of strength and inspiration for all those aiming to achieve champion rank? Or has their brilliance started to fade? To find this out, I ask that you bring your full might as champion to bear against each of the gym leaders and test their prowess in battle. They are all trainers of exceptional talent, handpicked by me personally. I do not expect you will find any cracks in their armor, but, well, consider it a formality. This will also provide the perfect stage for your first appearance as a new champion. Since all the gym leaders will still be expecting me to carry out the inspection, I imagine they'll have mustered their full strength. I dare say there might be more of a challenge than when you faced them before. You get to have all-out battles with the gym leaders? Man, I'm jealous. Now then, on to another crucial matter. I'd like to discuss with Penny here how to patch their weaknesses in our league point system. Yeah. But there's a bunch of anime I've missed that I'm just gonna binge. Oh shit, fucking Gita. Thank you in advance for your willing and eager cooperation. Yeah, I mean, I'll do it, I'll help, let me help. What the fuck, Gita? Excellent, we'll leave you all to it then. Come on, come now, Penny. Oh, poor Penny. This is awesome, Droxen. Show this inspection thing who's boss so that La Primera can join our tournament, okay? And enjoy taking another swing at the gym gauntlet while you're at it. I'll take care of filling out the forms and other administrative stuff so the ball gets rolling on the tournament in the meantime. I say, it's wonderful to see you all showing such initiative. You each have a critical role to play. Penny assisting the league, our new champion inspecting gyms, Nemona arranging the event. Do your best, everyone. Bye, Arvin. Guess my role so obviously goes without saying? Yeah. Thanks, Arvin. It's so obvious. I love it. So there's post-game content now. There's post-game content. Oh yeah, what's the time? What the time? Why's my mouse not working? 5:26? Oh, it's a good time to stop, isn't it? Because I have family dinner tonight. 5 hours? I think 5 hours is not bad. Albeit, I would count it as slightly shorter than usual. Just slightly. Right? Just slightly. what you're eating. It said, I heard my dad saying that we're gonna go to NK Grills, which is a place where we eat a bunch of grilled food. So I am very fucking excited. It's not sushi good, but it's good enough. I am very excited. So many vegetables? I don't know if they want to. I don't know if I want to order vegetables. Veggies. Ugh. I mean, I love veggies. Like, me and my mom is like the rarity in the home. And the rest of the family is pretty much just dinosaurs. Well, T-Rexes, if you will. They just eat meat. Every time they go, it's like, meat, man! It's like, okay, sure, alright, Oh, how do I get... How to change Crydon's form? Oh, thank you. If you select Crydon while the main menu is open, you can now have it change between its battle form and its right form. Can I write your battle form? Yes. No. Oh, fuck. What? I have to change? Can I bring 7 Pokemons and cheat? Asking me the tough questions, aren't you? Which one do I want to change? I cannot choose. Okay, let me temporarily, very temporarily put Blind Direct back into the box. All right, very temporarily, put it back. All right, into box 9. Yeah. Oh. I did. Whoa, Crydon sounds different. Quirky by nature? First met one of the in March 17. Now it's April 29th. Oh, I played this game for like a month. It likes to trash about? Can I give him ribbon? How do I give him ribbons? Or give him anything? So if I have Crydon here, I cannot ride? Hey, who wants to fight? Who wants to fight? I wanna try out Crydon. Can I go up to the time machine thing and get the second one? Don't know about that. Yummy. Don't eat Crydon. No. Okay, let's go to a Terra raid. How about that? Which one is the closest Terra raid then? This one? This one? Yeah, very close. Ice type? I'm dead, but it's fine. God! It wouldn't fit. You're right. You're right, it wouldn't fit. Here, let me do one more fight before I stop. Also, sun is shining directly in my face. At least it's not thundering. Okay, do not press plus. Do not press plus. Revive? Just on the floor like that? Okay. Pussy, just... Just a little bit more. Come on. Hey, let's go. Easy. 4-star? I might actually lose this one. Why is it 4-star Terra right here? Oh, I mean, okay. I'll do it as Koraidon. I'm gonna die. Oh god. Okay, don't panic. Sun isn't out for me. I mean, living in a place that's like eternal summer. Yeah, I have the keys to the sun. It's fine. It's the best Pokemon in the whole wide world. Whoa, Koraidon's big. I mean, not as big as Quagmire. Oh, it's super effective? Oh, I win! Go all out. Oh, it's Clodsire, it's not Quagmire. Oops, sorry. Trying to make me sleep? Eat this! Oh, what the fuck? Clodsire is too cute. Oh shit! I cannot tear a cereal Starlize. How many moves are you moving? Oh, good thing I'm poisoned. Facade? Oh, nice. Is it poison or toxic? Okay, it's just poison. Okay. Alright. I'll just do it. Terra Blasto! Get him, Koraidon, get him! You're the best. God damn, Koraidon looks so good. I love Koraidon. Oh. Yeet. Oh, it's not painful. I'm dead. I'm not dead? Oh, I'm not dead. Get out. Get out. Ooh, I'm dead. Game bugged. Oh, there it is, okay. Don't show the UI when I'm dead. That's kinda tough. Almost there. You bitch! No! I need to get poisoned. I need to get myself poisoned. Oh, I need to get myself poisoned. Hey! Oh my god, it's so soft. I need it. You deserve luxury ball because you're the best. Oh, look at Clodsire. Oh my god. So adorable. I'm gonna cry. Oh my god, Dude, no Koraidon. Cloudstar is so soft. Yeah, Koraidon's hot. Koraidon? Koraidon? Oh, I never called you before. How much is 491 pounds? In kilogram? Is pound like divide by 2? This bitch is this heavy? When attacked, this Pokemon retaliate by sticking thick spines out of its body. It's a risky move that puts everything on the line. Oh. You're already on your way to convert it? Convert what? God, but if I'm trying to get Koraidon to battle, I cannot ride, because if I ride, then Koraidon's not here anymore. What is this shit? Can you not just like... God, 2022, so it's about like divide by 2 then. That's insanely heavy. Oh, wait. Hey, Koraidon, fight. Yes. Go! Kill! Oh, you're so big. Kill! Kill! Leave no one standing. Kill all of them. Destroy their life. Destroy everything. Yeah, kill! Oh, Koraidon is so good, it's so hot. Where's Koraidon? Oh, you're too close to the camera. Can't tell if it's cloning or stomping. Maybe both. Ever consider that? Kill! Looks like clawing. Good job, Koraidon. Good job. You're the best. You're the best. You're the best of the best. I love you, Koraidon. Oh my god. I love you. Okay, nah. I need to stop here for now. Tomorrow is Sunday. I will not be able to play Switch games. Deep Rock Galactic, yeah! I will play Deep Rock Galactic. Oh wait, tomorrow is Sunday, right? Yeah, tomorrow is Sunday. Deep Rock Galactic art. I think I'll properly start my art next week then. Yeah. I'll properly start doing art again next week then. Let me just get mentally prepared for it. Now I'll slowly explain why I'm scared of doing art for the past few months. Or actually just this year in general, I would say. She's still playing Pokemon Scarlet? We'll be there for it? Sure. I don't know when I'm gonna explain it though, but when the time comes, I'll do it, so it'll be quite random. Okay, M Biggin? Oh, you guys want to listen to more bass? It's been a while since I last listened to like South Province Battle Team. Like in-game anyway. Oh, but Champion Nemona though. Yeah, Champion Nemona is pretty good. Guys, I'm a little bit concerned. So on YouTube recommendation, I got a video boiling fire noodles with 100 slices of cheese. What brought to that? What brought to that? Huh? Cheese, huh? Goddamn, YouTube knows what we're talking about. I'm scared. Nemona or Wild Battle? Nemona. Oh, wow. Sorry, it's a little bit loud. The best! So good! I'm just gonna sit a little bit more forward. I'm actually sitting a lot more further than my... like, a lot further. Listens to Twitch chat? Probably. Thank you for streaming. Wow. Yeah, truly thank yous to you as well. Let me go find the right target. It's almost 6? Oh shit, I have to be fast. Oh, the algorithm is just so good at predicting our behavior that it even predicts the topic of group conversations? And which one will interest you? I'm kinda interested in looking at boiling noodles with cheese, not gonna lie. Seal? Seal is doing subathon? Wow. I feel like a lot of people is, well, not everyone, but a lot of people is doing subathon lately. Oh, Seal is sleeping. I wanted to rate Seal. Always remembers buying a drink with cash, coming home to a lot of ads for drink. Oh, they're everywhere. I rated bot before. Griffin Phyllis? The cute Dirk? Oh, maybe... I kinda feel like skipping raid for today. Like, just for this time, like last time. I might skip the raid today, but I could like guide you guys there. Like I can give like I'm gonna give shoutouts to Griffin Phyllis just because that's who I'm gonna raid, but I think I'm gonna for some weird reason I don't feel like raiding today. But I'll do a proper shoutout so you guys can go there and continue watch streak if you want. So yeah, I'm gonna skip raid today. Oh yeah, thank you Pinky. Yeah, that's the one. Let me just plug things real quick, and I'll probably I'm gonna stop here for today. Good night, Bracky. Thanks for hanging around. Big appreciate. I know it's weird for me to not raid. I don't know why. Sometimes I just feel like not raiding. My second open tab, so we had speed adaptation. Nice. Alright, let me plug donation. Summon Bernie up real quick.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thanks, Bernie. Discord and socials and stuff. I need to figure out. I mean, before I go, I checked out the. I checked out the VOD for last night's Taiko session. The video did not get muted, like, at all. Yeah, it's not muted in any way possible. All the videos are fine. Like, the Vocaloid music, the Toho music is all fine. It's playing as normal. So I guess Twitch is okay with that? Yeah, Twitch is okay with that. I don't know about YouTube. I do not know about YouTube. But I'm still gonna upload it anyway, because YouTube is like my archive to all my VODs. So yeah, hopefully I didn't miss any VODs at YouTube. Hopefully. Yeah, that's everything plugged. Check out Griffin Phyllis. Can I just do this? Let me just copy the name just in case I don't type it wrong. I look at Griffin Phyllis' channel a lot as well. But then again, it's like the time zone stuff doesn't allow me to lurk as much. So yeah. There we go. Go follow Griffin Phyllis. Very cute wagon. It might be weird for me to just do this, but I think it's only fair. Because nah, I just want to do it. It's such a weird outro today. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, then I'm gonna go prepare for dinner low. Tomorrow I'll most likely play Deep Rock Galactic. And then Monday? I'll think about Monday because I still remember Skyrim. I don't know. So for next week, I guess I need to go back to art. Definitely. Yeah, I need to go back to art. So definitely Thursday and Monday art stream is coming back. Right? And I need to dedicate myself to it as well. Dedicate myself in doing art. Cannot just be afraid and not do anything about it. So yeah, that's one thing. Okami, Hollow Knight, and Neo. I guess I'll slowly finish them up, right? I'll most likely finish up Okami first. Most likely. And then Hollow Knight and then Neo. Because Neo now feels like will be the most time consuming. If let's say I'm trying to finish up the game, story wise. Right? So yeah. Okami, Hollow Knight, and then Neo. I haven't forgotten about those games. And I still remember Divinity. Yeah, I feel like Neo has hundreds of hours. And not only is the game really fucking difficult, but looks like the game has a lot of content, knowing that there's like a world map that I can choose a lot of things to do. So yeah, that's why. I'll slowly get to it. Divinity, however, I don't know. Hollow Knight can speed through a ton of it in 8 hours or so already. Well, that one is like if you know the ins and outs of the game, then yeah, maybe 8 hours makes sense. But since I'm like very fresh, never touched the game before, it's definitely gonna take longer than that. Let me see, how long have I played Hollow Knight? Hollow Knight... 25 hours! 25 hours! Still haven't finished it. To be fair, I'm very slow, right? I'm easily lost. Most of the time I don't know what to do. I'm just lost. Let's just say I'm slow, right? I'm slow. Oh, and one last thing. This is just... Remember Reginald told me about Rainbow Core Hypernova? And then he mentioned something about the soundtrack being silly. Yeah, it's very silly, and I love it. Game's free too. It's very simple. It's just 2-button fight. Two button AB dash. Yeah, AB dash. The fighting game unusual mechanics. Yeah. It's like pseudo Guilty Gear Strife or pseudo Guilty Gear fighting game. Like they even have like the flawless blocks and stuff like that. So yeah, 7 bars though. 7 bars. Holy shit. I only like tried the game for a few minutes before I sleep last night, so don't know much about it. Game looks fun though, not gonna lie. I'm liking the skater boy. Skater boy. Also, that's like a snake wizard. So yeah, that's Rainbow Core Hypernova. I guess should be good. Well, I'm not raiding anyone today. I know it's weird, but I'll try not to do this too much. Enter key stuck. It's okay. Keyboard happens. Don't worry about it. What do I want to say again? I forgot. Oh yeah, I think it's just a bit of a fear of social interactions today that like keeping me from raiding. I do suffer from anxiety a lot, especially when it comes to social interactions. So you don't see me a lot online, like especially messaging social medias. I'm not there a lot because messaging people online gives me fear. I'm terrified of it. I'm slowly trying to get like less fear, but it doesn't feel like it's going anywhere. Yeah, so no raid today. It's a battle. Yeah, it's pretty much a battle every time I try to send a message out. It's kind of scary too, to be honest. But yeah, again, I'll slowly just sort of work around it, I guess. No worries, I'll be fine. Then no raid not today. If you guys want to continue the watch streak, be sure to check out Griffin Phyllis. I'll do another exclamation mark. No. Go there, good vibe. A very good vibe, alright? I mean, of course you can watch wherever you want as well. It's totally fine. Yeah, then that's it for the day. So, not raiding today. Thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. Right, you guys are amazing. Know that you guys are loved, you guys are valid, and you guys all matter. And tomorrow I'll be playing some Deep Rock Galactic. And possibly some Skyrim on Monday. I know it's like 2 days after, but it's fine. Okay lah, then be safe everyone. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye 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 bye. Love y'all.